Good afternoon. My name is Allison McKenzie, and I am the Chair of the Historic Conservation Board. I would like to take a minute to remind everyone about the rules of this proceeding. This proceeding is at all times governed by the rules of procedure adopted by the Board on September 26, 2011, last amended on March 9, 2020. A copy of the rules of procedure is available for review in the back of the room and online. All those planning to testify today, which does not include those solely making arguments such as attorneys, should please stand now and take an oath administered by the board's attorney.
Everyone could raise their right hand. I need everyone to answer out loud. You swear or affirm that the testimony you shall provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. As such, the board reserves the right to deliberate in private. The Ohio rules of evidence do not apply to this hearing. However, professional rules of conduct do apply, and candor to the tribunal is required. The board members are citizen volunteers and are not paid for their service. They are treated as public officials under Ohio law. Any attempt to influence them, including but not limited to bribery, intimidation, retaliation, which may include contacting their employer in an attempt to exert influence, is punishable as a crime. All should be aware that this meeting is being recorded. Therefore, before you begin your comments, please state your name and address for the record. With that said, let's proceed with the first item. The first item on our agenda is a consent item. Would anyone on the board like to move 1825 Keys Crescent off of the consent item and docket and make it a discussion item? Not hearing anyone want to do that, I would entertain a motion on item number 1.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the certificate of appropriateness for 1825 Keys Crescent Lane as laid out by staff. Second.
I don't know if anyone from the public has signed up for this. Is that a problem? Is anyone here signed up to speak as a representative of the public on item number 1?
I'm the architect.
Okay, so you're part of the applicant team. No one here for public comment on item number 1? Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second. I will call the roll. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Ms. Garrett? Mr. Tate?
Aye.
Ms. Smith? Mr. Young?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Next on to item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have the screen.
Yes, was there a second? Who seconded? Did you? Okay, I missed that. Thank you.
Mr. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 2 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness and zoning relief for the property at 550 Reading Road in the Over the Rhine Historic District in the Pendleton neighborhood. This is an application for the demolition of the existing non-contributing building on the site and the construction of a new 5-story multi-family apartment building. As part of the request, there is zoning relief related to the location of the parking on the site. So you can see on the screen, this is the existing non-contributing building. It is specifically called out in the Over the Rhine guidelines as non-contributing. And therefore for the demolition, it is a lower standard. You just need to prove that the demolition will not adversely affect the character of the district, and the proposed replacement for this property meets the guidelines. So the applicant is proposing its demolition and replacement with the new apartment building. This is the proposed site plan. As I mentioned, there is zoning relief related to the location of parking along the north side of the lot along East 12th Street. The lot is technically considered a double frontage lot since it has frontage on both Reading Road and East 12th Street. So technically this parking area is considered to be in the front yard of the lot. So parking is required to be in the rear yard in this district. Since there is no rear yard, zoning relief is required. So in staff's opinion, this is the most reasonable place for a parking lot on this property It is adjacent to the parking lot for the neighboring building, and the applicant has provided landscaping and fencing to provide screening and soften that view of the parking lot from the street. Overall, the applicant is proposing this 4 to 5 story building. It is, this is the Reading Road frontage, and because of the grade change down Reading Road, it does have more height on the west side of the building. And then additionally on the 12th Street frontage, it is 4 stories because of the grade change between 12th Street and Reading, with 12th sitting higher than Reading Road. So the, as far as the new construction is concerned, staff does find that overall the building does substantially comply with the guidelines in staff's opinion. The proposed new construction is, as I mentioned, 4 to 5 stories in height, 5 stories at the western edge of Reading Road, going down to 4 stories with the grade change on the east side. The adjacent building to the left is 4 stories tall, and further along Reading Road, there are several other buildings that are 4 to 5 stories in height. Reading Road is a large roadway that is not the typical over the Rhine street. It's similar to Liberty and Central Parkway, and traditionally staff has encouraged development along these major thoroughfares that could potentially be larger than the typical buildings that you find in over the Rhine. That is seen with existing contributing buildings, and that is why that is appropriate for other new construction infill sites. The building is still within 1 story of the adjacent structure and the contributing building. And also, if you look at the rear of the building along 12th Street, the 4-story height along 12th Street is consistent with the 3.5-story building that's immediately east on 12th Street. And then again, continuing further down 12th Street, there are 3 to 5 story buildings throughout this block. So staff does find the height is appropriate. As far as the overall mapping is concerned, while it is a large building based on the overall parcel, the applicants have added certain elements that provide more of a vertical emphasis and sort of break up that massing into what appears to be several smaller buildings that are more typical as far as the regular over the Rhine streetscape. So the applicants have worked closely with staff over the past couple months on refining the design choices that were made. Staff did encourage more of a contiguous end piece, especially on this west with less articulation in this block. And staff also encouraged the reduction of the amount of fiber cement paneling that was used on the building between the initial proposal that came in to where we are today. There have been significant changes, much more brick and less articulation in some of the portions of the facade. As far as the setback is concerned on the property, looking at the site plan, majority of the building does meet the lot lines. I mentioned the parking lot at the northwest corner of the site previously. Obviously, there is a larger setback at this area, but considering the programmatic needs of the project and the property, this seems to be the most reasonable place for that parking lot. It will result in the loss of 1 or 2 street parking spaces, but it will add 7 off-street parking spaces for this, as well as several bike parking spaces. And then, as I mentioned, the edge will be set with fencing as well as landscaping along this edge to help provide that edge along the street frontage. Otherwise, there is a setback at the points where the 12th Street meets Reading Road, and that is in order to allow for a door entry into the community amenity area within that space. And then also there is a setback along the curved portion of the Reading Road frontage and the primary use for this setback is to allow for the light wells within the building, to allow the lower level apartment units to have light that will infiltrate into those lower units, which would otherwise not have any natural light. So that minor setback area along Reading Road does have landscaping within the setback areas that do not have the light wells to sort of soften that area and transition to the building. So overall, staff is comfortable with the setbacks as they are proposed. As far as the composition of the building, it does have a very well-defined base, middle, and top. It's primarily accomplished through the change of materials. You'll notice on the ground floor, it is a stone material, stone type material. The applicant has called out architectural masonry units in a temple stone finish. Essentially, this is a concrete masonry unit, a CMU block that does have some texture and detail to provide more of a stone-like appearance. However, staff does feel that, based on the actual product and the size of these blocks, it will strongly read as still a CMU block, and staff would recommend that this material be changed to a cast or a manufactured stone that will more accurately simulate the appearance of a stone base. The middle component is defined by a regular pattern of window openings with a vertical emphasis, and then the top component is composed of a slightly projecting cornice line, as well as a change of materials in some of the areas. So there is a strong base, middle, and top provided. As far as the rhythm, again, it is compatible with the surrounding district. It has the regularly spaced columns and rows of windows throughout the building on both the Reading Road and the East 12th Street elevations. And then finally, for the materials, I had mentioned CMU that was proposed and staff's recommendation that be changed to an alternate material. Otherwise, the materials are primarily brick and fiber cement panels. This would be something similar to a hardy panel that has been used on other projects. Staff appreciates the applicants working with us to reduce the amount of fiber cement siding that was proposed on the original. I will note that with the change to more brick throughout the building, staff or the applicant has noted that on the upper level of the building where there is brick proposed, they would like to use a thin brick veneer. The remainder of the building will have a full width brick, but due to the construction type, to provide the full width brick on the top level would require some additional engineering and cost increases. And the applicant had requested to use thin brick veneer on the upper level only. Staff is generally okay with that as a compromise, feeling that thin brick veneer on just the upper level would be better than a change in material to more fiber cement cladding. Otherwise, the fiber cement is primarily limited to the bump outs that create that break in the massing, as well as 12th Street elevation in the same treatment. Staff had initially spoken with the applicant about potentially using fiber cement lap siding rather than the panels, but the architect had argued that, in his opinion, the use of the panels was more appropriate, as with 4 to 5 story buildings historically, they typically were masonry construction and would not have had wood frame construction and therefore lap siding. So he had elected to use the fiber cement panels rather than the lap siding. So overall, staff does feel that the proposal substantially conforms to the guidelines, and staff would recommend the board take the following actions based on plans by Bernardi Trust, 7/13/26. Sorry, I think that date might be wrong. And that is the date that's on the plan, 7/13/26. Staff recommends approval of the locational variance for front yard parking along East 12th Street on the double frontage lot. And as for the certificate of appropriateness, staff recommends approval for the application for demolition of the existing non-contributing building and infill construction of a multifamily residential building at 550 Reading Road, with the following conditions: that the wrecking permit for the existing building shall not be approved until a building permit application is submitted for the new construction. 2, the thin brick veneer is only approved for the uppermost level. 3, the architectural masonry units on the ground level along Reading Road and East 12th Street shall be replaced with manufactured or cast stone or an alternate brick material to be approved by staff. 4, 1 additional tree planting shall be placed within the landscape area on the northwest corner of the site. 5, the proposed 6-foot aluminum fence along the west property line and turning onto East 12th Street shall be reduced to 4 feet along East 12th and for at least the first 10 feet of the west property line extending south from East 12th Street. And that 6, the building permits must be issued within 2 years of the decision date or the COA shall expire.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. I believe we have both an applicant and a party of record for this item. Could the primary person for each of those parties identify themselves? The applicant?
Danny Klingler, party of record.
Great.
Tim Westrick and George Berardi with the applicant.
Great. I am not usually one to ask for limits on applicant testimony, but I'm wondering if both of you would agree to limiting your original presentation to no more than 30 minutes.
We're fine with that, yeah.
Okay, and then I'll give you roughly 10 minutes for closing statements, if that sounds okay. We just have a lot of people here and I want to be as respectful as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
Sure. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm Tim Westrick. I'm with National Church Residences. George Berardi from Berardi Architects. The only thing we need to say is we're prepared to meet the conditions as stated in the staff report, including switching from the architectural masonry units to the cast stone. I know that was one of the items mentioned during the presentation. So that's something we're going to be doing. And that's really it. We're just here to answer any questions.
Great. Do you have any other witnesses you would like to present as part of your presentation?
No.
Okay. Any questions by the board at this time for the applicant or staff?
I guess a question about the fiber cement on those bump outs. What is the reason why you're using fiber cement and not brick on all of it? Is it just a cost thing or was there a motivation for the fiber cement from cost?
It's cost. We would love to do the whole thing in brick. I have an appreciation for the guidelines and would love to do that, but that's just cost prohibitive. Typically, we do 30% brick and 70% fiber cement on our other projects. The ratio is quite the opposite in this case.
And then there was a comment about the thin brick veneer on the top floors. I'm not sure we can really tell in the rendering, but can you just explain kind of how that'll work and will it be visible from the street level?
Yes, it'll really, the thin brick is actually the actual brick, the bond shaved. So it's the same brick, but it's just shaved to carry. So it doesn't produce the same sort of load. So it's really the same brick. It's just set back a few inches.
Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Danny and team, now's your chance to come forward. Just confirming, are you or are you not represented by an attorney on this case?
We are not.
Okay, great. Please come forward and give your presentation.
You wanna grab a chair? Yeah, thank you. Set a timer for myself. Keep to our agreed limit. Thank you, members of the board, for being here today. And I want to introduce Ken Jones, who will be giving the second part of our presentation today. And I know that we're going to do our best to be very expedient. We have done our best to be expedient even before the admonition from the board. So thanks for your service, first of all, sincerely, on the Historic Conservation Board, and for dedicating significant amounts of your time to protecting one of Cincinnati's greatest assets. Madam Chair, before we go further, with your permission, we do have several photos and we have copies for the board. With your permission, we'd like to have those passed out and entered into the record.
Yeah, just take a quick look and
Sure.
pass them out.
Along with a copy of this presentation. So this would be the handouts of the views. And let me trade you this one. This one's marked for you, Cassandra. And the other one would be, that's the presentation. For the record, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so again, our party of record consists of Julie Fay, longtime Pendleton resident, owner of Iris Book Cafe, developer of the Imperial Theater, and owner of the historic building immediately adjacent to this site on 12, as well as two other buildings on the same block and one across the street. Ken Jones, longtime Pendleton resident, who will be speaking later, longtime architect and owner of the historic firehouse directly across the site on 12. Myra Greenberg, longtime Pendleton resident at 1324 Broadway. Myself, owner of 509 East 13th Street in Pendleton. And Shirley Rosenzweig, owner and resident of 548 East 13th Street in Pendleton. All of the party of record are either residents or property owners in Pendleton. All are property owners, and the only one who's not a resident is myself as a former resident. All of us care deeply about the Over the Rhine Historic District and support thoughtful reinvestment. Our concern today is not with the redevelopment of a vacant site. We welcome redevelopment. Our concern is that this proposal does not satisfy the legal standard for the requested zoning variance and does not substantially comply with the historic conservation guidelines. And I forgot to mention that when I saw this item on the agenda a week ago today, I got very sad because I knew I would be speaking with respect to the continuance of 14th Street matter and was like, here we go again. And I sincerely don't want to be here, but I feel, and the party of record feel, compelled to speak for the historic district and historic fabric. So thank you for giving us a chance to do that. We'd like to begin with a brief quote. You've probably heard this before, but just in case, in all of America, there is no more promising an urban area for revitalization than your own Over the Rhine. When I look at that remarkably untouched, expansive section of architecturally uniform structures, unmarred by clashing modern structures, I see in my mind the possibility for a revived district that literally could rival similar prosperous and heavily visited areas. Those are the words of Arthur Frommer, the pioneering travel writer who made international travel accessible through his practical guidebooks such as Europe on $5 a Day, after visiting Over the Rhine in 1993. That vision remains worth protecting. Our objection is not to affordable housing. It is not to contemporary architecture. It is not to development. Our objection is that this proposal asks the board to grant zoning relief that, in our view, does not satisfy the legal standard, and to approve a building that does not substantially comply with the guidelines adopted to protect one of the country's most important historic districts. So we want to start with the zoning variance. And I also want to say, I have a lot of respect for Tim Westrick. He adopted a building from us, from OTR Adopt, and rehabilitated it. And, I'm very sad and have expressed that to him that that we're speaking against this project, or for a substantial change to this project, let's say that. We're looking for a compromise. The applicant is requesting a locational variance to permit front yard parking along East 12th Street. This is the zoning argument. This is the first part of our case. Under chapter 1435-05-4, that zoning relief may only be granted if it is, quote, necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation. We do not believe that burden has been met. This is a double frontage lot. As the staff report correctly notes, because the property has frontage on 2 public streets, it has no rear yard. The zoning code requires accessory surface parking to be located in a rear yard or internally or in a courtyard or hidden from view in the Over the Rhine Historic District. Because there's no rear yard, the applicant seeks permission to locate the parking in what the zoning code treats as a front yard on 12th Street. The underlying zoning is CCPT, community commercial pedestrian character and transportation corridor. The pedestrian character designation for this site is particularly important. Section 1409-05 begins, quote, "This district designation is intended for areas with a traditional urban character where buildings are required to be built to the street or sidewalk line. Likewise, the development standards in the zoning code for this district establish a maximum front setback of 0 feet. So that's the law, and the zoning code is intentional about the relationship between buildings and streets. Buildings define the public realm, especially in Pendleton. They pretty much always hold the street edge. And I wanted to show in that first image, I think, does everyone have a copy of this now? In that first image, you can see the green lines are marking how that street wall is held consistently in Pendleton by buildings coming all the way to the street. Even the non-contributing building that's going to be demolished holds the street edge currently. And even though we don't object to that building being demolished, it does hold the street edge. So parking belongs behind buildings or inside buildings, or it's not required. There's a 0 parking lot requirement or parking space requirement because that's just the zoning here. And also when the city went through all the effort for connected communities, this was a transportation corridor. It's on a transit hub. Parking is not required at all. The applicant asked the board to depart from that urban form. It's not simply a request to move a building back a few feet. It's a request to place parking in a location where the zoning code does not permit it, and resulting setback is the direct physical consequence of that request. The question before the board is therefore not whether front yard parking is convenient. The question is whether front yard parking and the resulting interruption of the historic street wall is, quote, necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation. That's the legal standard in the code for this board granting a variance in the Over the Rhine Historic District. We submit that standard is not met. East 12th Street is not a service alley. It's not a rear yard. It's a beautiful historic public street defined by contributing buildings built to the street edge. The applicant has explained why front yard parking may be operationally desirable. Visitor parking, deliveries, and project efficiency are all understandable objectives. But operational convenience is not the legal standard. The legal standard is historic conservation. How does replacing the historic street wall with a parking court advance historic conservation? How is front yard parking on a historic public 12th Street necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation? Now, there's certainly instances where these types of variances serve historic conservation. For example, a variance might relieve a modern zoning requirement that would otherwise force a building away from a historic street wall. And that does happen in Over the Rhine. You'll see occasionally there's like a minimum 5-foot or 10-foot setback requirement that's just some random artifact. And in those cases, the variance restores the historic pattern of development. So yes, it is necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation. This request does the exact opposite. It turns it on its head. Here, the zoning code and historic conservation guidelines both point in the same direction. Buildings should define the street. The applicant instead asks the board to approve front yard parking that creates a substantial setback along one of Pendleton's historic streets. In this case, the parking program is dictating the urban form rather than the historic streetscape dictating the building. That is exactly backwards from the purpose of both the pedestrian character district and the historic conservation guidelines. Historic conservation guidelines reinforce this same principle, stating, quote, buildings should be built with zero setback from front lot lines, side street lot lines, and side alley lot lines. And that language specifically includes side street lot lines, precisely because corner lots, in this case, 12th Street is a side street lot line. Corner lots contribute to the community of the historic, continuity of the historic streetscape. So again, the applicant has demonstrated why this design is beneficial to the project. The applicant has not demonstrated why it is, quote, necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation. And for that reason, we respectfully request that the requested locational variance be denied. Now, I want to say, because this, how much time do I have?
20 minutes.
Okay. I want to say because many of the same party of record were here speaking. Some of you may remember several years ago, there was a proposal for across 12th Street. This is you can see it in the second page of the renderings. And you can see the larger sided projects on the north side of 12th Street. And many of us were here advocating that those buildings what was proposed was a 5-story massive building. We were advocating for something that was consistent with the height of those historic buildings on 12th Street. And we were successful, and the board heard us, and what was built there was not ideal or perfect. We would like to have a better architectural design on what was built there. But you can see that they did build these buildings to the lot lines, to the site, to the historic urban form. And if you look again at the, let's say like the 4th or 5th or 6th page, you can see these two sites. This one is the subject site, this corner site right here, it's a triangular shape. This one just on the opposite corner is also a very irregular shape. So we know it's possible to hold that shape, and that is just so fundamentally important, to what makes this, one of the greatest historic districts in the country, is holding that urban form. That and height are probably the two most important things. So we know it can be done, and we would ask that it be done. We would ask this board to enforce that. So moving on, even if the board were to conclude that the requested variance could legally be granted, the proposal must still satisfy a separate requirement, which is the COA, substantial compliance with the historic conservation guidelines. It's our position that it does not. Now, we're not here to say this is a horrible project. We're not here to say scrap it. We're here again to ask for substantial changes. And we think that something workable could be built here that's respectful of the historic fabric. So we want to speak to the parts of the guidelines that we feel are not compliant, not substantially compliant. Most fundamentally, you'll notice that in your packets, there's no renderings of this proposed building in the context of the historic fabric. I don't think there's a single rendering showing it next to the historic architectural language. And that makes it very difficult even for us to present an argument, let alone, I think, for the board to decide on it. There's no realistic visualization that allows the board to evaluate the proposal. Now, architecturally, if this were like a small building on a traditional lot, we probably wouldn't be here. The reason we're here is because it's occupying 200 feet. It's a massive, really important gateway site into the historic district in downtown Cincinnati. So it's really the size and massing and how impactful this will be consequential. That is why we're here. So the expectations for compatibility we feel should be correspondingly higher. In our view, the proposal responds primarily to the internal logic of contemporary apartment planning rather than the logic of the historic city. The proposal imports a generic contemporary apartment vocabulary and a generic contemporary apartment geometry. Its footprint, massing, articulation, I don't know, Ms. Ahaus, if you would mind turning it to the site plan. An overview of or any of the floor plans, that's fine right there. This is fine. Yeah, so that's the irregular apartment geometry, contemporary apartment geometry. It's being applied to the site. Footprint, massing, articulation, setbacks appear to be derived primarily from the internal efficiencies of a modern multifamily project rather than from the irregular geometry incremental lot pattern and street defining form that give Pendleton its historic identity. The guidelines do not require imitation of historic architecture, but they do require new construction to interpret and reinforce the historic urban form. In our view, this proposal does not. Our principal concerns relate to setbacks, materials, rhythm, and the treatment of the residential base. So I'll go as quickly as I can here. Setbacks. We already cited the guideline that buildings should be built with 0 setback from front lot lines, side lot lines, etc. This proposal does not substantially comply with that guideline. You can see all the various setbacks. Along East 12th, obviously, it withdraws from the street edge to create a large parking court and driveway. We've gone over how that does not meet the standards for front yard parking. Along Reading Road, it repeatedly along Reading Road, the building pulls away from the curved property line in order to create an irregular contemporary composition. Now, we're not necessarily asking someone to build a curved wall because we know that may be cost prohibitive, but this street edge could be held in a more interesting and contemporary geometry that better holds the form on Reading, as well as that corner. I mean, ideally, that's probably the least of the 3 concerns for setback, but ideally you'd build to the triangular corner and have a flat iron building there. So yeah, buildings in Over the Rhine and Pendleton historically adapted themselves to the geometry of their sites. They embraced irregular lots, triangular lots, and curved streets. Those irregular sites are part of what gives the district its character. Here, rather than allowing the site to shape the building has been shaped around a contemporary site planning strategy driven by parking, circulation, and internal planning efficiency. Materials. Page 58 of the guidelines begins with 2 straightforward principles. First material guideline, quote, buildings should use materials found on contributing buildings or materials that honor the best qualities of historic materials. And then guideline 2 states that material quality should be evaluated based on durability, authenticity, visual continuity, color, texture, design, dimension, and reflectivity. And we just do not believe the proposal substantially complies with those guidelines because rather than relying on the masonry palette of Over the Rhine that defines the district, this proposal incorporates large areas of fiber cement panels, manufactured stone, and architectural masonry products. And those materials may be permissible in certain contexts, but their combined use here produces an architectural vocabulary that feels more characteristic of modern institutional multifamily construction than Over the Rhine and Pendleton. The guidelines do not simply ask whether materials are durable, they ask whether they possess the qualities that have made historic materials successful over generations. Historic Pendleton is defined by honest masonry construction, brick, limestone, sandstone, cast stone, and durable metal detailing, whose permanence and authenticity are immediately apparent. By contrast, much of the proposed palette here relies on contemporary manufactured products, whose purpose is to imitate those materials rather than embody their qualities. Even staff recognize this concern by recommending that the proposed architectural masonry unit at the base be replaced with material more closely resembling natural stone, and we appreciate and agree with that recommendation. But in our view, the concern extends beyond the base alone. It's the cumulative material palette that departs from the character established by contributing buildings throughout the district. I do not think I have time to go into residential base other than to say that that stone banding that goes up almost a full story and then wraps around 12th Street as a full story gives the impression that this is a commercial building, whereas it's a residential building. And the guidelines call for residential buildings to have a typical water table stone foundation, a much lower height foundation, and a full story that kind of imparts this institutional feel. A couple more points quickly. The guidelines provide that the rhythm of new buildings should be consistent with the rhythm established by contributing buildings located within the same block face. We do not believe this proposal substantially complies with those guidelines. The applicant has introduced changes in materials, shallow recesses, and projecting bays. Those devices do not fundamentally change the underlying composition, and it still reads as one approximately 200-foot long building occupying a substantial portion of the block. So in our view, this is a distinction between simulating rhythm and creating rhythm. The proposal imports, again, a generic contemporary apartment geometry. It appears to be derived from the internal efficiencies of a modern multifamily building rather than from the incremental lot pattern defines Pendleton. And we've talked about that. Roofs, the roof pitch should be consistent with the pitch of corresponding roof profiles found on non-monumental contributing buildings. And we recognize that this is a flat roof. If you look on Reading, there's other flat roofs. That's true. That's not the issue. The issue is that if you look into Pendleton on 12th, it's almost all pitched roofs. So, and this being such a large expanse of just one flat roof, we start to lose that incremental, my timer just went off, that incremental feel of Over the Rhine. Basically you can see in these drawings of the buildings built across the street how they kind of are all just flat roofs, and it sort of interrupts the urban form, even though we're grateful that that project was dramatically improved. Finally, while the existing building is non-contributing and therefore eligible for demolition, the guidelines also recognize that demolition should be evaluated in conjunction with the character of the replacement building. So the existing building, despite its non-contributing status, nevertheless maintains the street wall along East 12th. The proposed replacement again withdraws from that street wall for the front yard parking court. And while we do not oppose the demolition in principle, we believe that the character of the replacement building weighs against approval because it weakens one of the defining characteristics of the historic streetscape that presently exists. I am rushing a little bit now. How much time, Madam Chair, do we have?
It looks like we have about 8 minutes left.
Okay, so I'm just going to give a brief conclusory statement. Mr. Jones, if you'd come up, I hope I've left you enough time. The conclusion is simply this. The historic conservation guidelines do permit contemporary architecture. They only ask that contemporary architecture interpret and reinforce the historic urban form that makes the Over the Rhine Historic District unique. We do not believe this proposal does so. The applicant has presented a competent contemporary apartment building, but it is a building whose vocabulary, geometry, material palette, and site planning appear to have been derived primarily by the conventions of contemporary multifamily rather than from the historic DNA of Pendleton. The requested variance likewise asks the board to permit front yard parking where zoning code and historic conservation guidelines envision a building defining the street. The applicant has explained why that parking is operationally beneficial. It has not demonstrated why it is necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation, which is a legal standard this board must apply. We recognize this is a challenging site. We recognize that reasonable people may differ about the best architectural solution. And we want development to happen here. But difficult sites do not relieve applicants of the obligation to satisfy the standards established by the zoning code and the historic guidelines. For those reasons, we respectfully request that the board, 1, deny the requested locational variance because the applicant has not demonstrated that front yard parking is necessary and appropriate in the interest of historic conservation, and 2, deny the COA unless the proposal is revised to substantially comply with historic guidelines, especially with respect to the treatment of 12th Street, street edge setbacks, setbacks on Reading, materials, rhythm, and overall relationship to the historic urban form. And I would add that I firmly believe that these two interests can be met. This project can be revised and changed to better meet the urban form. We've seen it done throughout the historic district. It is possible. It does not have to be either or. And this project can still get built, but we would urge you to please listen to these arguments, and thank you for your time, your continued stewardship of the Over the Rhine Historic District.
Was that your water bottle? Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I would like to submit these for the record, if I could.
I'll take a quick look. What are they?
The photographs and some comments.
My name is Ken Jones, and I own the firehouse at 542 East 12th Street, which is directly across the street from this site. I also run my business here, and I'm a long-term resident of the Pendleton neighborhood. While I agree with most things that Danny has said, one thing I'm not in agreement with is the height. And I want to state why, and I want to show some examples. I believe that you, the Historic Conservation Board, and the community have been given a packet that fails to give us a complete and true data, not accurate and not shown. The following are examples. I passed out, first of all, can you bring up page 3, figure 3 of the Urban Conservators report? The reason I want to show that, if you could enlarge that photograph. I just want to say, this is probably the only photograph that you're going to see of the Reading Road street. But in particular, do you see anything strange about it? Well, I do. There's a tree right in the center of where 550 and the adjacent building meets. So you can't really see the relationship of what they're calling a 4-story building. I put in my packet to show you 2 photographs. One is taken from Reading Road that shows you that next to, adjacent to the 550 site, it was a 3-story building. It was originally a residence with a stone foundation. It was later added to the lots next door to make it one building. So I think it's pretty obvious from this that it's compared to the 2-story of the 5 Reading building, this building, it's a 3-story building. If you look at the next one, it was taken from the auditor's site, it shows you that it's 2-story now to a 3-story building. If we go to page 5 of the Urban Conservators report on item B, where it says specific guidelines, he says that this height is 5-story. This height, meaning the 5 stories, is appropriate as the adjacent building, meaning 544 Reading, to the west is 4 stories. Well, you can see in the photographs, it's not 4 stories, it's 3 stories. And it's 4 stories along Reading Road. Well, Reading Road, when they added it, the basement or the lower level of that building is sunken into the ground. So as Reading Road goes down, at the very end, at the most, it's 3.5 stories, not a 4-story building. And in fact, there's doors down there, and if you open the doors, you have to go down a ramp to get to the lower level. He also says, well, the guidelines are pretty clear, I think. It says that new construction should not vary more than 1 story from the adjacent contributing buildings. And I think you can pretty readily see from in photograph 1, the new proposed 5-story building plus a higher foundation, which base, which I want to get into, is going to be 2 stories plus.
Unfortunately, we're at the 30 minutes. I'll give you a moment to finish your current thought.
If we could go,
And you'll also have 10 minutes for closing, so you may be able to circle back to some of this in closing.
yeah, I know Myra wants to talk too. So. Anyway, if we can go to the south elevation real quick of the architect's drawings. And if you want to look at the western section of that building, the far left section of the building, it shows that it's level. If you can see from the entry to your left, it shows that it's level along Reading Road. Well, that's not the case because Reading Road slopes continuously, same slope all the way down. So there's actually a base underneath there that they're not showing. If we go to the perspective drawing on sheet 22, okay, you look on the left-hand side, you'll see they have some people standing there. You see the base of the building, you see how it slopes. So these are not consistent. And you see the building next door, which is blocked out, which is supposed to be 544. They're showing it up to the height of the 4-story building. That's not the case. Be lucky if it gets up to the top of the 3rd floor. Okay, I had 2 photographs in there of, well, I'd also like to say in Urban Conservator's comment, he says that the building is 3.5 stories on the 12th Street side. I gave you a photograph number 3, which shows you the 12th Street side, and you can see it's only 3 stories back there, not 3.5 as he says. So there's no 4-story building here. And if you want to look to the right of that photograph, you'll see that the other part of the building is 2 stories from 12th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Jens. We'll bring you guys
Okay.
back up for closing shortly.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, board. And everyone back here.
Are there any questions from the board at this time for the party of record before I go to public comments? Okay. I'm gonna try to not call people that were part of the applicant and party of record. I have a Ben Gammon. Ben?
Yep.
This would be your time to come forward and tell us anything you'd like to. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes, please.
I'm actually okay. I don't need to speak on this.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think that was everyone I had signed up from the public for 2. You are a party of record. I don't believe so.
You'll have a chance in closing. The closing statements for your side, you'll have an opportunity.
Anyone else for public comment for item number 2? If not, we would have the party of record come up for closing for 10 minutes. Okay, sorry. It's always different with and without an attorney, and I skipped a step. You have a rebuttal for us as the applicant team.
Can you just help me out? So there's a chance for us to do a rebuttal, then party of record is a 10-minute closing statement, then we include
Correct.
the closing statement.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll take the opportunity to respond to a few of those things. I just want to say we have a lot of respect for the guidelines. As we were doing our design, we spoke quite often with staff, both in having calls and exchanging emails back and forth. We met every time there was a chance, does this meet the guidelines or not? We always veered in the direction of meeting the guidelines. Doug asked us to remove some articulation on the west mass of the building. And we're happy to do that, so we further meet the guidelines. We're happy to do this cast stone to further meet the guidelines. I'm just gonna go and just hop in here when you need to. As it relates to the parking, we wanted to have an area, we have senior residents, we're doing senior affordable housing here. We wanted to have an area for deliveries, for drop-offs of our seniors. We didn't want to be shutting down, the street is narrow. We don't want to have our cars stopping on 12th Street, blocking traffic. So that drove the decision to have a parking lot as well as having some parking for the residents. At one point, we had 2 curb cuts, an entrance and an exit on 12th Street, and we decided to merge it into one. So we were taking fewer parking spaces from the street. I would love to build to the lot line everywhere, but I think to do that would create a very inefficient building. If you look at, and let me say real quick on that topic of parking, the guidelines state on page 6 going into 7 that the parking setback is consistent with the adjacent building to the west that also has a parking lot. So we're doing one similar to that. When you look at the images, there's a open space across the street.
There's a street wall. In effect, the street is broken right there immediately west of our property.
to me, a street wall and over the Rhine, I believe this is in the guidelines. You have some buildings that are 2, 3, 4 stories, 5 stories. You have breaks in the street wall. That's all consistent. That happens, that rhythm happens a lot in the neighborhood. And we tried to do some articulation, some moves to our roof to make sure that we're also echoing that. And then as far as the setbacks, to build to the lot lines everywhere would create an inefficient building. We'd have this big space in the middle where no light and no air would get. We had to step back along Reading in that southwest corner. Believe me, I'd love to not do this stuff, but we had to step back on the kind of right-hand side to allow air and light to get to the units on the ground floor. You know, practically building code won't allow us to build all the way to the street because then we'd have windows that wouldn't open. So we think there's a standard that we are meeting the guidelines substantially. I don't think anybody on any site could completely meet the guidelines. I think that's just unrealistic. And we did our best to meet it as much as we could while accommodating some practical things, light and air, parking, things of that nature. I'm going.
Yeah, you're fine. I mean, I don't want to rebut line for line, but you know, I made just a quick list of items that I think are really critical. Rhythm is one. Definitely something that we need to look at. Materials is another aspect. Street wall we've already addressed. I mean, the area immediately to the west of us is that. Across the street, there's a break in the street wall as well. Materials, you know, I just want to mention that in 2026, we are afforded with an option of materials that were not available 100 years ago. We work with the technologies that are available to us today. We work with materials to create affordability, which is one of the things that we're stressing on this project. This is a seniors project, so we're really mostly aware of providing an affordable environment, which is really driven by cost, effectively. So I'll go with that on that suggestion. But again, the rhythm and massing, you know, the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic renovation or construction in historic districts effectively says we don't necessarily want to copy. We do not want to copy. We don't necessarily want the same materials. We want to talk about rhythms and some materiality based on current standards from material use. So we've made every effort to really comply with the guidelines. And again, when we talk about strictly about the section that really fronts Reading Road, the reason why it's set back the way that it is provides us a soft landing for the building, an opportunity to create a soft landing with landscaping rather than just taking a sidewalk right up to the face of the building. That, of course, you know, you've already mentioned, Tim's already mentioned the fact that we're trying to bring natural light and ventilation into those lower level units. There may be an issue in terms of when you look at the rendering where it still continues to slope on rendering, I think it was page 22, where it starts to slope more. So there's a deeper section of foundation at the west edge of the building than is really shown. You can see it right there. That is really shown on the image on page 7. And that's more accurate. It is accurate. That's where we're building. And while we're on this image right here, you know, we didn't stop to really read this or design the building adjacent to us to the west in terms of the material, the window, the fenestration, and the height. The building, that is the building height. That is there. Now, whether you talk about stories, you can talk about stories, but some stories are 12 feet, some stories are 10 feet. So the height of the building is where it's shown today. And by the way, on the 12th Street side, the elevation on the 12th Street side is actually higher than the Reading Road elevation. So you will see a difference in the back of the adjoining building on 12th Street than you do on Reading Road. Just for clarification.
That's it.
Anything else for, okay.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? If not, we'll move on to closing statements. Party of record, 10 minutes for your closing statement. So use that as you.
I mean, part of it.
Yes.
I would like to say that the last comment about the 544 building, if you look at those photographs that I showed you, it's pretty definite that they're 3 stories in height. And if you look at the auditor site, you see that there's a roof slope on it that slopes up toward 12th Street. So how can you have 4 stories on one end and 3 or 3.5 on the other, and when it slopes the other way? That's impossible. That's not a true statement. And if they really want to know what the real height is, they should have that on the drawings. It's not on the, it's required by submission to show it on the elevations. None of this is shown on elevations. So I think I could go on about all the drawings and what's not on there, but this building is not shown in context with Reading Road or 12th Street. Even these site sections through here, they show the upper, they don't show the 12th Street 2-story buildings on there and its relationship. I gave you some photos that shows the 2 buildings, and you can see the 600 building in relationship to the 2-story buildings. It's pretty overpowering. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. There are only 2 historic buildings still left on that side of the street and at this end of the 12th Street. And now they're going to be cut off by 3 buildings designed by these people with the same materials, which I believe are not good materials. The fiberglass panels or the panels that they want to put on here are the same panels that they put on 600. I gave you some photographs that I took just the other day of those panels, and you can see there's already mold, mildew, streaks on the panels from the HVAC units leaking down them, and the brick as well. So this is not a good fit for the historic district, and they shouldn't be allowed. So I'll let Myra do her part.
We had a plan, and we're going to stick to that plan. So, especially given the time limitation, I feel bad for Tim because I think in some sense we find ourselves back here repeatedly in these situations. And when we, as the Over the Rhine Foundation, spent 9 years as volunteers revising the guidelines, it was in hopes that we wouldn't have to be in these situations. And I think they've helped, but we're here. And I feel bad because the law in this case, it's not a may, it's a shall. Let's separate the guidelines from the zoning variance. That is very clear. It's a shall not have front yard parking. And then the variance standard is very clear and specific for historic districts. It has to be an argument. Front yard parking supports historic conservation. How? And I'm a little passionate and maybe I'm gonna let my emotion show because I'm like, why are we here? That should have, I don't know where the advice came to move forward on a recommendation that, yes, you'll probably be approved in a historic district for front yard parking. We do not want to kill this project. We want it to happen. And we want it to happen consistent with the basic essential DNA. We cannot get it perfect. I've learned that. We have to pick our battles. We have to compromise. But that essential DNA is at least corresponding to the sites of Over the Rhine. The sites, the shapes, the setbacks, the heights. That's the bare minimum. This is probably never going to look like an architecturally amazing building. That's probably the reality. You probably won't love the way it turns out in terms of its architectural vocabulary, but we'd like to see it fundamentally meet the street and meet the essence of the DNA of Over the Rhine. The variance is very clear. I don't see how it's approvable. Now, with the guidelines, do they substantially comply? If they were to come back with a building that is, you know, meets the site and the street wall and has better, more representative, you know, materials of Over the Rhine that represent the best qualities of materials in Over the Rhine, I think, you know, we could probably have something. This is not about an all or nothing. It's about we're here now because frankly, many of us didn't know about this project. It just was happening behind the scenes. Tim and I have talked about that. I do want to back up Ken on the 5th story there. Because I think he's correct that that building next door is 3.5 stories. The 5th story is arguably not in compliance with the guidelines. And in this case, the staff, by the way, has pointed out that the adjacent buildings are here and the other one on 12th Street. And that's important because you're gonna hear another case later where adjacency is ruled to be across the street. Well, if it's across the street there, then there's the 2-story firehouse building is the only historic building across the street here. So which is it? And here, I think the staff is saying adjacent is next door. So then let's apply that consistently. That really pretty much sums it up. During their rebuttal, they mentioned several times, you know, it would be an inefficient building. There's a lot of inefficient buildings in Over the Rhine. I mean, every building that's been rehabbed that was historic and turned into affordable housing is highly inefficient. But we do it in celebration of the neighborhood because it matters. It's not going to be perfectly efficient. This is a big 2,300 employee organization that builds in Texas and Florida, and they have a standard and a model they like to apply. But there is another way to do this that would be more respectful of the urban form of Over the Rhine and more compliant with the guidelines, and I think would get a lot more support. So, have I missed anything?
A few things.
A few things, yeah.
Many things.
That the documents are not complete.
Documents are not complete. Again, we haven't looked yet at a rendering. If this is an exercise to truly evaluate how does this integrate with this great historic district that's people, you know, celebrate and talk about and write about, why is there not a rendering that shows how this fits and integrates? We have 2 minutes left.
Myra's got something to say.
No, that's.
Myra, you can come up if you want.
Nope.
We aren't looking for,
It's 3 stories on Reading Road, not 3.5.
okay, 3 stories on Reading Road. For that adjacent building is our contention. We're not looking for perfection, we're looking for a compromise. Last year, this board agreed that the urban sites project for Grammars at Walnut and Liberty needed substantial compromise. The developer said it wouldn't be efficient, we can't do it. They went back and changed it, and they found the funding, and now it's under construction. And much more of the historic fabric, including the back half of Grammars, is preserved because this board said, yes, Over the Rhine deserves that. So respectfully, thank you for your time, and Myra.
Madam Speaker, members of the board, everyone, Mr. Starkey, urban conservators, everyone in the room. My name is Myra Greenberg. I live at 1324 Broadway, and I work at the firehouse up on East 12th. Walk there every day, walk home every day. So I want to say, since I have just a few seconds left, it's my belief, and Mr. Starkey, it may be up to you to certainly advise the board that you cannot lawfully and legitimately approve documents that are not correct, contain substantial errors. There's no way. You cannot provide a lawfully approved permit based on substantial errors in the documents. And that's what Ken Jones was trying to show you before his time came up. Very much substantial problems with the drawings, the elevations, the renderings, and much more. So I would hope that you would deny this. There are other problems that I wanted to speak about. I would like to, if I may, enter into the record an official document from the city of Cincinnati, page 4, talks about the extraordinary. Thank you. Extraordinary risk for Pendleton residents that live near highways. And this is immediately adjacent to 6 lanes of Reading Road's constant traffic, but it's more than that. It's 24 lanes across the old Deer Creek Valley. 24 lanes of high volume traffic. And on page 4, it says pollution is extreme.
I will accept this into the record, but we need to move on to
Okay.
the closing statement by the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your grace.
We appreciate comments and we welcome input from members of the community. We did go to the Pendleton Neighborhood Council back in March to get comments from them as well. When it comes to the materials, George spoke about this some, about how including cement board panels is more compatible to the neighborhood than if we did the lap siding. But I guess what we haven't mentioned a lot here is we're also working to serve seniors with this building. That's one of the big reasons that one of the other virtues we're trying to meet with this building. So every dollar that we take away from the exterior, every dollar that we spend on the exterior is $1 less that we can use making our seniors comfortable in our building. And that's a big value to us as well, as making sure we're providing finishes, amenity spaces, so that seniors can be comfortable in this building. We think we went far to put a lot more brick on this building than we initially intended, a lot more brick than we typically do in one of our buildings. And I think we're trying to make a good balance between building on this site, which is atypical, requires some, 5-story building requires some additional structural elements. We're incorporating the guidelines. We're also trying to serve seniors. We're trying to strike a balance, and we believe this does this. We also were encouraged by the fact that as we've gone through this process, every time there was a choice, and we discussed some of these points with Doug as we went along, we tried to veer in the direction of more compatibility with the guidelines and gave a lot towards making our building as compatible with the guidelines. What did I miss?
That rendering is accurate in terms of showing the base of the building along Reading Road. The building to the west, the height of the building to the west is shown, the white block is accurate relative to our building. The comment that I made with regard to the elevation on West Street versus comparing it to the elevation on Reading Road is also accurate in terms of how you view the building from the backside. The fact that the building may slope a certain way doesn't mean that it isn't partly underground. I don't know, I've not been in that building recently. Our staff has been, and they've confirmed. That's all I can offer.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments from the board at this time?
I have questions. Staff first, just kind of, are there any guidance that you use when it comes to determining block phase height? It was obviously for this one, it's like Reading Road. Is it either or is it both and? Like, how does staff kind of interpret that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no clear guidance in the guidelines, but in this case, I feel like it meets it on both sides. As far as the block face, it's within a story on Reading as well as on 12th Street. And I'm looking at the adjacent building on this because the context hierarchy does not come into play because there are more than 3 contributing buildings along the block face on both Reading Road and on 12th Street. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways. It's this historic hierarchy doesn't apply in this situation because it meets the tenants to just use the adjacent building. So, you know, could be a question about whether this is 3.5 stories or 4, just it is a weird building the way the basement comes in, but you know, Reading Road is sloped again. By the time you get to the west side, that's a 4-story building. You know, it may be 3 3/4 on the east side, but if you look at the massing, you know, it's essentially within a story. You can see on the site section, the difference between the two. It's essentially a story.
Almost a half story there.
Well, there's the parapet. It makes it a little harder to see. That's it.
Cool. In terms of engagements, the only engagement required prior to the pre-hearing, or is there other engagements that the city requires?
There's no engagement that's required. The pre-hearing is also optional.
Okay. And everyone is properly noticed for this?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge.
Right. For the applicants, you guys consider alternative massings or arrangement for the building given the site constraints? Were you looking at a flat iron? Were you looking at trying to make it 4-story? Did you, what those options?
We attempted a variety of approaches. I mean, a flat iron idea to take the building right to the angle. I mean, that's certainly possible. At grade level, we would still, you know, produce an opening as an entrance, if you will, and then take the triangle up if we really had to. It's cost. And when you look at, you know, it isn't a perfect, it isn't an equilateral triangle. It's a really acute triangle if you look at it again in plan. And it's sort of like wasted space and complicated to,
Be adding a corridor and then losing units.
yeah, I mean, you could add that space in a dwelling unit and it becomes just open space in a dwelling. It is an efficient space. And we're still building it, we're heating it. We're hoping that our senior population can figure out a way to use it somehow. We just cut the building off.
Did you look at making it 4 stories
Making this 4 stories?
instead of that 5th story, having just 4?
Yeah. At some point, there's, I'm trying to say
For the
this.
funding.
Yeah, it would have been very difficult to use our funding source if we had a 4-story building. There'd just be
Not enough units.
not enough units to make the funding work. This really, and what we haven't talked about here is just the financing for low-income housing tax credit projects like this is very difficult. And this unit count needed to be somewhere on this order, 60 plus or minus a few. So this really worked for that model as well.
The funding agency really plays into what we submit as applications in terms of what is feasible for a neighborhood.
So if 4% or 9% light tech project.
9%.
Did you guys look at removing parking since parking is not required on this at all, or?
It's a convenience to have a little bit of parking along. And we as Tim mentioned earlier, we had 2 curb cuts at a point so we could swing in and out easily. But we just thought to close it off and just leave that opening so we wouldn't lose that many more parking spaces on the street.
You're talking about convenience, you're talking about staff, you're talking about drop-off pickup, like.
Drop off, pick
Really,
up. We have a van, drop off, pick off at that point.
That's a big part of it, is the pick up and drop off. And there's gonna be, depending on what the staff needs, we'll have us 1 space or 2 for the staff as well. But this seemed to work right for us for parking in urban areas like this. A lot of our seniors, even in suburban and rural areas, don't have cars. And this worked for us. Public transportation is walkable to parks, amenities, things of that nature. So this did work for us.
As an operator, do you have an idea what percentage you think would use public transportation for this project, or?
It really varies from location to location. This one does, there's a
Public
bus,
transport.
public transportation along Reading Road. It's walkable there's some great parks in Pendleton, restaurants, obviously. I mean, you can walk far and get to a lot of amenities downtown. The grocery store is, the new Kroger building is down the street. So it really varies from place to place, but there's some urban areas where we build with no parking. That's pretty rare. But this did just work for us.
And we reserve a space for van parking because there will be a van available to residents on site.
Any additional questions or comments from the board?
A question, is there anything you heard today from the public or the party of record that you feel like, yeah, I would like some time to incorporate that into a revision of the design?
I spoke to Danny Thursday last week. Appreciated the conversation. He made some good points about the street wall. I did nudge George on Friday to see, can we bring the street wall in the southwest closer to the street? And he reminded me, we gotta get light and air down to the units that go below grade. Again, I appreciate the perspective, pushing further adherence with the guidelines. I've owned a building in Over the Rhine. My German ancestors came through. I have a lot of respect for the guidelines, but also it would be very inefficient to build out to the street on the north side. On the 12th Street side. It would just create an inefficient space. I did try to sketch it out, or at least think through what that would look like, and it's just not
There was a discussion about an L-shaped building, if you will.
early on, yes.
And every time you turn a building, it's an L-shape, it's an inefficient space at the notch of the building, which is why we stayed with more of a linear solution. Linear, I mean, it's curved to some extent.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
No, that's all. That's all my questions.
I guess speaking for myself only at this point, I appreciate some of the attempts that have been made to make this fit a little more into the historic guidelines. I am not comfortable that it has gone far enough to fit in with the guidelines. This still reads a little bit like a suburban apartment complex to me. I am very sympathetic to the cost and the efficiencies and trying to make something work on the budgets and the tax credits you have, but much like last time, if this were not a low income senior living project, I could not come to terms with this, and since it's the same requirements regardless of the tax incentives and other programs, I can't vote for this as it is currently.
Oh, I agree with your comments. I would be open to, if you are open to revision and looking at how we could further the historical guidelines. I recognize this is a very unique parcel shape, but that's what it was historically. There are valid points, I think, with the fabric of the neighborhood, how it was constructed. Streetscape with no front yard parking. Although I recognize probably kind of used to have some off-street pull-off for deliveries or vans. I think this was 7 parking spots. Who was using all the rest of them? I mean, could there be a redesign that has less an impact on parking? I don't know. But I just don't feel between those comments, the materials in particular I'm questionable on how the materials actually fit well with the rest of the neighborhood and historical guidelines. Some of the points also about how the renderings were, because when I did approaches to look at this, I really had no clear idea what it would look like as you're standing looking towards 12th and Reading, that point, that vantage point. I think the point came up, it's a gateway point, it's a focal point to the neighborhood as you come into the area. It's a very prominent location, and it deserves something, the historic neighborhood deserves something, I think that's gonna fit very well. What's been there.
There is really no point of reference if you're standing across the street in terms of, developing a streetscape. A streetscape certainly could be developed, but there's no point of reference when you're standing on, in the front of the building you're maybe 30 feet away in the middle of the street, to where you're not ever gonna see the entire length of the block.
There's still vantage points coming to the neighborhood, people are coming by automobile.
Yeah.
People are gonna see it, you see this building when you come right down Reading, it's right there, that lot.
Well, that's a traffic issue, but
Any additional comments by the board at this point?
I'm not comfortable with it, and to echo what our chairwoman said, it reads to me once again a suburban building and not necessarily a building that fits in over the Rhine. And I think it's too tall, the height.
Before we make a motion, I will ask a question that I often ask in this circumstance. Would you like us to take a motion on an up-down vote, or would you like us to consider a continuance to give more time?
Tell us how that would work if we got a continuance, come back to the next hearing.
Typically, it's tough to come back to the next hearing because submission deadlines are right around the corner, but we would certainly get you back on the docket as soon as that would allow. August 10th would likely be is that the submission deadline or the, so the submission deadline for that meeting would be what? And we can give you a continuance for, say, up to 30 days, 60 days. That would allow you to work a little bit at your pace if that gives you some flexibility.
We have to move somewhat fast because we have a deadline with the Ohio Housing Finance Agency to turn in an 80% set of drawings in late September. So I'm trying to judge through that in my mind as well. And if we got an upper yes or no vote today, is it the same outcome? You still can reapply and come back, but it still be August 10th?
It would have to be a substantially different application if we were to vote to not approve this application. I think the continuance will give you the most flexibility, but that's your decision to make.
How many members of the Historic Conservation Board are here? I'm not sure if Mr. Strick, are you on the board as well?
I'm the staff attorney, there's 6 today.
Okay.
So it's 5.
There's 5 members here.
6.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, thank you. Sorry. I think we're gonna have to go with the continuance.
Would you like it for 60 days? Does that, and you could certainly come back earlier.
I'd go for 30.
30 is fine. And tell us what the process will be like. To understand the concerns from the board, do we talk to the staff to help understand those?
We can, if other board members would like to give you some direction in their thoughts, I would certainly encourage that so that we can be as clear as possible. That's up to them. But I'd be happy to allow that time for that to happen if there are additional thoughts or comments.
And if I could ask if you would be willing to kind of expand on your issues. I think you said it was had a suburban appearance, but
I'm having trouble personally grappling with the number of different materials on this. I know that it's maybe been done to break up and create some rhythm, which I think is good, but it almost reads like 2 buildings to me that are connected by this very strong base level. And I'm not sure that really fits into the rhythm that's established in Over the Rhine. So I think the materiality is contributing to that a little bit. What do others feel?
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I share my fellow board members' concerns about the appearance of the building. I don't think it fits the rhythm of Over the Rhine. I agree. I think it's best expressed as a building that does look like it would be appropriate in a suburban context, does not feel like it is its focal point entering Pendleton and Over the Rhine. I'm also not persuaded that surface parking and the interruption of the street line is necessary and appropriate, and I would be interested in alternatives to that, but fundamentally the design of the building to me looks inappropriate. I also have some concerns about the materials. It wasn't addressed on the record, but it appears that some of the other buildings that are similar materials across 12th Street are not aging well, and I don't know that we have enough information to make a determination based on that, but the images that were entered into the record suggest they're not aging well, and overall I would like to see a building that fits the character of Over the Rhine at this location, and I don't think this is it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? This is just constructive.
We certainly try to provide as much context as possible. Sometimes we don't agree though, so that can be confusing too.
Indeed. I was similar echo. I think working more with staff on trying to use more, historic guideline approved materials, I think is gonna be helpful. Maybe looking at reducing parking, seeing how that kind of play into this area. It'd be great if you can figure out a way to wedge the building in there. I'm sure you probably can't, but like maybe that's an alternative opportunity for the parking area to be more of a civic commons or another kind of space. As for height, I think, the guidelines are pretty clear on 1 story above or below. So you're next to a 4-story building on Reading Road, so to me, it's pretty clear you can go up to 5 on that side. So that's really all the comments I have.
Mr. Wilson, no pressure, but now's your chance.
When I just looked at the renderings the first time, I think my first thought was also it looked a little suburban. I know there's a push to break up big buildings. I personally don't like that trend, and this is not unique to you guys. But I prefer a consistent facade. And in this case, I understand that you're cost constrained and you'd like to use brick, but you can't. And it just kind of puts us in an unfortunate situation where it feels like, to me, the building wants to be all brick, but then it can't be, so you have these sections of fiber cement, and it just feels unfortunate. But I also know that you're cost constrained and you're working under a budget. And I honestly struggle with this because we have guidelines that we're trying to meet, but we're not funding this project. We don't have unlimited budgets. We know the people building these don't. And I don't really know how we decide what is good enough when a client is in a situation where they can't just keep spending more on more expensive materials. So that I'm really struggling with that. From a form perspective, as I said, I don't like that it's broken up as much as it is, but I actually like the way it fills the site. And I think that the way you have it track along Reading is, to me, a pretty good design solution for that very difficult site. And I hear what they're saying about surface parking on East 12th Street, but you're in a situation where you have no backyard, you have no rear entrance. And I think a building as big as this really does need a place for loading and unloading, for trash and pick up and drop off. And maybe that design could be tweaked a little bit to be, I would love to see a couple big trees that could grow there and provide some shade over time. I don't know if that design, if there's much wiggle room there, but I'm okay with the general footprint of the building. For me, it's really around the materiality and how it reads as you walk by, but I know you're in a tough position, so I'm sympathetic.
And Tom, I'm sorry, Ms. Chair, as far as getting more feedback from you, we can meet with staff, but did you say, should we try to meet with the board also somehow together individually?
No, unfortunately, that's not possible, but I'm sure staff may not be able to predict exactly what we'll say, but has dealt with us long enough that they might have some thought.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask y'all for a little bit more context or a little bit more information about the materials. Is it different material to suggest in lieu of the hardy plank? Is it that there's too many colors and there should be fewer colors? Some more context could be helpful.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure we'll know it until we see it. We can give you some thoughts, but I'm not sure we can design it or specify exactly what you should do. For me, the palette's a little busy, but that doesn't mean you couldn't make something with these materials work.
Thank you.
Is that time for a motion from the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue 550 Reading Road.
Second.
I'll call the roll. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Ms. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Tate?
Aye.
Ms. Smith? Mr. Young?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. See you back shortly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if you could, staff, if you would like to present your portion of, and then I think we'll probably take a bit of a break. 'Cause I'm sure some people need to use the restroom and all of that fun stuff, but not for too long, because I know we've got a lot more to do. I'll do that before we do. Okay, we've got just a couple items of business as Mr. Owen is bringing up the staff presentation. Still working here. Mr. Tate, I think some questions, you weren't here last time, so I think just wanted to understand if you had reviewed all of the materials and video from the last presentation of this case.
I watched the entire hearing on June 15th, I believe it was, and reviewed the materials, yes.
You're confident that based on that review, you can meaningfully participate in this item that was continued in progress?
I'm confident that I can meaningfully participate.
Thank you.
As we're continuing to get ready, similar to what I asked for with the last item, would the parties of record identify themselves at this time?
Greg Wilson, party of record for 1400 Sycamore Street.
Are you represented by counsel today, Mr. Wilson?
I am, but in order to, Mr. Collins is here, in order to expedite the business of the board, we flipped a coin and I lost, so I'm gonna just do it myself, so.
So that would mean that you would not have an attorney cross-examining other, the applicant or any witnesses, is that correct?
Well, I was gonna do a cross-examination of two of the witnesses, but I'll have Mr. Collins do it if he feels he's up for it. Mr. Collins has had a recent medical difficulty, and so that's actually why we flipped the coin. Do you wanna do the examination?
I've been sick all weekend and today, and I'm here, and I'm really not comfortable engaging in that kind of thing. So if Greg can do it, that would be appreciated.
Are you an attorney, Mr.
Yeah,
Wilson?
I'm an attorney. I'm licensed to practice.
Okay.
Let me take the chair.
Not yet.
For the applicant, I know the applicant is represented by an attorney. Do you have any response to that?
Good afternoon, I'm JP Burley. I'm with Suter LLC. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Yes, we would object to the party himself cross-examining other witnesses.
Figure
Madam
it
Chair,
out.
we're a separate party of record, Jeff Brandt for Danny. And everybody else listed that will not testify because they're listed.
Can we agree to similar terms as item number 2, 30 minutes for presentation, 10 minutes for closing and rebuttal?
We can certainly keep our presentation under 30 minutes, Madam Chair.
Are you okay with the 10 minutes closing as well?
Yes, thank you.
That 30 minutes include the examination of the applicant?
No, that would be separate.
No problem from my standpoint.
Agreed.
Great, thank you. We are gonna do the staff presentation. Then whenever that's done, we'll do a little break. I'll tell you what time to be back, and then we will resume. Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the revised plan for 250 East 14th Street, which was tabled at the last hearing on concerns from board members. So this is the previous rendering of what was originally proposed and what was continued to today's hearing. So the board mentioned various concerns about this proposal. Mainly were related to the overall massing of the building, the materials, especially the stucco and the metal screen panels, and then also finally the garage opening along 14th Street. So the applicants have taken those concerns into consideration and have substantially revised their plan to address those comments. So the programmatic requirements and the needs for this building have limited how much of a reduction there can be in the overall size of the building. So the applicants have redesigned the facades in an attempt to increase the vertical organization of the building and to try to break up the massing based on the board's former comments, specifically about the building resembling a big rectangle or a large box. So the applicants have added detailing and breaks in the massing to try to resolve those concerns. So overall, the height of the building was reduced by approximately 2 feet 8 inches, primarily by reducing the ceiling heights on each floor. You can see in the sightline drawing, obviously the building is still not visible from Main Street unless looking directly down 14th Street, where you also see the other 5-story buildings. But you can see the outline of the original building and the slight reduction based on those ceiling height reductions. Additionally, the primary elevation has been reorganized to provide more of that vertical emphasis, whereas before the vertical emphasis was primarily done through the vertical window openings and some detailing in the brickwork. This has taken that further to provide more breaks in that massing. You have the projecting bays on the left side as well as the right side that provide essentially 4 separate breaks in this that are fairly equal in width, that more closely match the traditional 20-foot by 40-foot wide buildings that are found throughout the majority of Over the Rhine. While there are a substantial number of larger buildings also, that seemed to be the direction the board was requesting. So that has been added on that primary facade. There are still some more modern elements like the textured brick that have been carried over and are continued on this design, which staff appreciates, as that does provide a little more of a contemporary note and the differentiation from the historic, obviously. So this, in staff's opinion, this does help further break down the big rectangle that was cited by the board previously. It creates more of a feel of separate buildings, and it does have a stronger top termination point that also varies in height. So this is not as regular of a line along that top termination point. There are some cornices and parapets that have been added to provide some variation and detail along that top point. So the building does still maintain the historic rhythm that's found in the district through the regular pattern of openings. So overall, staff feels that this does provide still some modern elements as a contemporary building, but has a more traditional overall design. As far as the garage opening, it is still present on the front elevation of the building. The applicants, staff discussed the garage opening with the applicants, and there's just not a way to provide the same number of parking within the building without having an entrance on the primary facade. If the entrance on the side off the alley was the only entrance to the garage, there would need to be an internal ramp for the upper level of parking, which would eliminate almost all of the parking spaces on that site. I believe the applicants had mentioned that there would be only 2 or 3 parking spots left after the ramp was installed. So to maintain the parking that is desired for the programmatic use of the building, as well as for the use of the Peasley Center next door, the parking opening needs to be on East 14th Street. So the applicants have tried to contain that a little more than it was in the previous version. There's a brick wall that was added along the top elevation. It is slightly narrower than it was previously, so the overall opening size is slightly reduced. And then on the east elevation, there's a full brick screen wall that's provided at the entry that will provide more separation, screening, as well as just providing more of a solid base and wall along that elevation. There's a perforated metal screen along the rear that was extended in height to better block the view of headlights. And the internal garage lights are recessed up into the roof to help prevent glare coming out directly from those fixtures to the outside area. Also, the granite curb that was originally proposed, requested by staff to remain and be reset in the alley with that widened opening. That has been carried over into these plans. It is marked on floor plans that will be retained. And then finally, as far as the materials concern from the applicants, from the board, sorry, the applicants have entirely removed the stucco as well as the metal, perforated metal cladding over that stucco. It's been completely removed, and the entire building will be brick. There are two different colors of brick, as well as having the textured brick in some of the window openings, as well as along the base of the building. So overall, staff appreciates the work that the applicants have done to try to bring this into more compliance with the guidelines. Staff does feel that this does meet the guidelines. While staff originally had recommended approval as based on substantial compliance, we feel that with these revisions, it is still substantially compliant and it does a better job of meeting the board's specific concerns from the previous hearing. So overall, staff recommends the board take the following actions based on plans by GBBN Architects dated 6/29/2026. Approve the certificate of appropriateness for the multifamily residential building at 215 East 14th Street with the following conditions. The specific window model should be submitted to staff for approval prior to the issuance of building permits, and the building permits must be issued within 2 years or the COA shall expire.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. We will take a short break. I think we need a motion to recess. Is that correct? Would anyone like to move to recess for 10 minutes?
I'd like to make a motion that we recess for 10 minutes.
All in favor? Aye. We will start applicant presentation at 5.
Y'all should have stopped them.
Rolling again, is there a motion to return to session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we return to session.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We are back in session. Court reporter ready?
Really?
Okay, it is time for the applicant's case. Your presentation.
Good evening, honorable members of the Historic Conservation Board. Again, my name is JP Burley. I'm an attorney at Suter LLC, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. This was submitted by GBBN Architects, but this development is a partnership between GBBN, the Peasley Center that currently owns the building to the east, as well as Over the Rhine Community Housing. And we're very mindful of the extensive testimony and materials that you've already reviewed from last hearing and that you've no doubt already reviewed for our new submission. So I'm not going to belabor the point here. At the last hearing, we heard that the board had specific concerns with the design that they wanted addressed. Among them were the removal of the stucco and the metal screening materials, breaking up the front facade to emphasize the overall verticality and decrease emphasis on width, and to the extent possible, address the vehicular access on 14th Street. There was also some discussion regarding height from members of the public, and there was even an effort to address that in this submission to the extent possible. So what you have here before you is the applicant team's best effort to address those concerns that we heard from the board while still keeping in mind the programmatic needs of the development, the overall budget, and the operational goals and the actual residents that they will be serving through this affordable housing development. So we only have two witnesses to present to you here this evening. They're both from GBBN, and they're going to explain the specific changes that were made and the thought process behind those design choices, and also to address head on a concern that was raised at the last hearing that some of the measurements in the renderings and drawings might not be accurate. You will hear from a licensed architect. To the best of his knowledge, every measurement in this packet is true and accurate. So now, as the board is familiar, strict compliance with the guidelines is not required. This is a substantial compliance review. The board has some amount of discretion to determine what substantial compliance means. The guidelines are a document that was drafted with considerable effort to assist the board and provide some guardrails for that discretion. And I think the core issue that much of the conversation centered on last time was height. And what is considered adjacent for purposes of height. And as staff has explained, as we explained at the last hearing, you have to look at the context hierarchy. There's a very specific formula that the board is examining for historic context. If there are fewer than 3 non-monumental contributing buildings within the first level of historic context, you proceed to the next. For purposes of height, here, there's insufficient historic context within the block face on the south side of 14th. So you look across the street to the north side of 14th. You see multiple existing 5-story buildings. What you have here proposed is a 5-story building. So we are certainly compliant on the issue of height. We understand that there is concern about a surface parking lot being filled in, but that is on the whole a good thing. We want to fill in gaps in our streetscape. No one is entitled to a view of Ziegler Park. As attractive as it might be, what the guidelines prefer is buildings that are compatible with each other in height, and that's exactly what you have here. On the verticality, you'll hear from Ms. Smith here that there was significant effort put into breaking up the front facade. And you heard from the urban conservator that there are essentially 4 distinct sections on that front facade now. So it reads less as one continuous block. I think the word, the phrase used at the last hearing was just a boring rectangle. This is now the rectangle with character that the board asked for. Additionally, the materials are a distinct improvement. The stucco has been removed, the metal screening has been removed. The only area that we genuinely wish we could have addressed more to the board's liking was the vehicular entrance off of 14th. But it should be noted that that guideline is not a must, it is a may. And you will see on page 5 of the guidelines in the intent section, the very first statement under the following statements describe the intention of this document. It says guidelines containing the words must or must not indicate that the guideline ought to be complied with in all circumstances. The last sentence says guidelines containing the word may indicate the intention that compliance is optional. So when we're talking about vehicular entry on the front facade of this building, the guideline specifically says that residential buildings may have vehicular entry. Vehicular entry may be placed on a street facing wall if all of the following conditions exist. That is an optional guideline. There are certain guidelines that are more important, height being one of them. The location of vehicular entry is not. It is by the guidelines' own terms a less important optional requirement. Additionally, if you look on page 24, vehicular entry on a street facing wall is not unanticipated in all areas of the Over the Rhine Historic District. There's a separate standard for commercial or mixed-use buildings, and this is a residential building. The zoning administrator has already determined that this is a multifamily building that's permitted in this district. But you could, for purposes of the guidelines, conceive of it as a mixed-use building because the Peasley folks are going to be using the downstairs front event space. This will be a more community-oriented structure, and that's even shown in the storefront type base that you have on the lower level here. And in that setting, vehicular entry may be placed on a street-facing wall if all of the following conditions exist. A, the building is a garage or a commercial building for which parking is a significant part of the program. That's exactly what you have here. B, there is no feasible or practical alley access as determined by DOT that would permit the placement of vehicular entry on an alley rather than a street-facing wall. I don't believe there's been a specific determination by DOTE on this issue, but it is not possible to access the parking garage solely from the alley and maintain the existing level of parking. You've heard that before and you will hear it again. C relates to if garage doors are used. There are no garage doors here. D says if garage doors are not used, the vehicular entry and any associated equipment is set back from the plane of the facade. And that's exactly what you have here. If you look at the 3D renderings, there's no garage equipment that's shown in the near entry area for this garage. It's all set very far back so as not to be a visual disturbance to passersby on the street. So for all those reasons, our position is that this proposal was already in substantial compliance with the guidelines. And as Mr. Owens said, we've now addressed to the extent possible, the board's specific concerns. So we believe you have all the information in front of you this evening to approve the COA as requested, and we hope that's what you'll do at the conclusion of this hearing. With that being said, I'll introduce our first witness here. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name's Elizabeth Schmidt, and I'm an associate at GBB Architects.
I apologize, Ms. Schmidt. I think I said Ms. Smith earlier. And Ms. Schmidt, what is your role with this project?
I am the project lead and a designer on the project as well.
Could you walk the board through GBVN's thought process coming out of the last hearing?
So at the last hearing, we heard a lot about the overall massing, a lot about articulation. We really wanted to take that to heart. The building itself is wider than it is tall. Precedence in the non-monumental but contributing buildings. Viewed some buildings in the couple blocks away, and really 100 feet or longer in length with a fairly typical story height across. But you can see a lot of repeating bays. There are also exterior elements that help emphasize a certain width to height proportion, like some of the fire escapes and things like that. While we're not going to have fire escapes, we did see, even in the longer buildings, that 20 to 40 foot that you see as most building widths also shows up in some repeating bays of windows or elements in a long facade as well. So we wanted to emphasize that in the 14th Street facade in particular. So the bays that you see, 4, not entirely equal, but they're about 25 or 35 feet in width. And again, looking at those repeating elements of window spacing and proportions to highlight that. Understanding that 4 equal bays would still probably look a little too much like one same building. We also tried to separate those proportions with a different color of brick and really help to highlight that verticality. Articulation in particular, we thought it would be really lovely to use brick as since we got rid of the stucco and the metal screen, use brick as our ability to add texture and articulation. But being mindful about the locations where we could do that as much as we would, we decided to look at windows in particular, again, being a more articulated element in the historic buildings. For the vehicular entry, as JP mentioned, we do need the second entry to get to that parking count, but we did pull down that face of brick along that first level so that it starts to read more as a portal. We also put some more on the right side of this image, on the west side of the building, all to, again, as you look down the street and get those views from different angles, it starts to read more like a solid first floor rather than a larger open space. And that was one of the things that we heard as a concern.
So that wall was not present in the first submission, right?
Correct. There, again, we are still looking at some articulation. It doesn't need to be so solid since it's not an interior space. So using the same kind of patterning we are in other spots, but it would be more of an open breezeway. Again, to add some interest in texture and taking advantage of the material. We also raised we are still using the perforated mesh in the project, but now it is solely used as a screening element for the service items and parking, and we did raise that in height around the parking so that it would better screen the garage as necessary. On the back side, it is all brick, so there's no more, again, we removed the stucco and the metal screen as a building wall system entirely. Those bump outs are again about that 25 foot in width. I think they're 24. But again, trying to highlight those proportions again, as you see throughout.
So with the removal of the stucco and the metal screening, how many distinct exterior materials are present in this design?
On the building, it is just brick. On the screening is the metal.
The screening's not on the
Not-
building
no,
itself, right?
Correct.
Did you attempt to address height at all?
So we did look at the height. We reduced essentially the head height of the units themselves, so reducing the ceiling height. We reduced it again, it's 2.8, it was 8 inches per floor. And we're still able to accommodate the structure of the wood by doing that and getting reasonable ceiling heights. The variation in the parapet does change a little bit of whether or not you fully see the 2'8", but we thought that based on comments in terms of articulation and really highlighting that verticality and the differences, that putting that difference in the parapet was really important to address the overall comments.
And in the initial presentation, staff made some proposed conditions in their report related to the maintenance of the curb and screening of the rear parking lot area. Have those proposals been incorporated?
Yes, they're incorporated in these drawings and will be incorporated as we move forward.
Ms. Schmidt, is there anything else you'd like the board to understand about the changes that were made or GBVN's thought process?
I would just say that we really tried to take the comments to heart and work within the guidelines and with the feedback as best we
If there are no questions for this witness, we have Mr. Chad Burke, also from GBVN, who will briefly answer a few questions as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chad Burke. I'm a principal at GBVN Architects, and I'm the primary architect and principal in charge of this project.
And Mr. Burke, are you a licensed architect in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
How long have you been licensed in Ohio?
Over 10 years.
Have you been involved in historic infill projects in Over the Rhine in the past?
Yes, quite a few. We have a lot of experience working in Over the Rhine. It's one of our key project areas.
Did you see or hear at the last hearing the concerns that were addressed about potential measurement inaccuracies in the materials that GBVN presented?
I did, and I've kind of prepared a statement to be efficient. I'd like to. So I did want to focus my comments on one issue because it was raised a couple different times in some of the material. The suggestion that our drawings and renderings somehow misrepresent the project. As the architect responsible for these documents, I think it's important to address that directly. Renderings are a representation, but we do our best to make sure they accurately depict the site conditions, the dimensions, the floor heights, the overall building height, all of those dimensions you see on the drawings. We have a strong track record of delivering on this. At GBVN, our reputation is built on delivering what we present to owners, to neighborhoods, to the board. We understand that trust is earned. Many of you are familiar with the Wilkerman project. During that review, there were similar concerns raised that the buildings would not fit the district and that our representations understated the final result. Today, that project has been built. It's a model for infill development, and I think it demonstrates that we deliver what we promise. Our team would never intentionally misrepresent the project. We've invested a great deal of time refining this proposal, responding to comments from the board, and presenting it accurately. Our professional reputation depends on that. With this project, our goal has always been to design a building that can stand proudly and over the Rhine for the next 100 years. We've listened to the board, we've made meaningful revisions. We've tried to respond thoughtfully to that feedback, and I hope you agree with that. We respectfully believe that this proposal now meets both the spirit and the letter of the historic guidelines, and we do appreciate your consideration for that.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Great. I have one other thing to add. I just want to highlight some of the things that Liz showed and walked through the design. for us, this wasn't just a matter of changing out the brick, but we really used a lot of time over the last couple of weeks to think through the detailing. And so some of the precedent images, if you look closely at these renderings, it's in there, but the precedent images help give you some context and an additional detail. For us, it's not just, brick is a nice material. It's not just about using the brick, it's how you're detailing the brick. And that attention to detail and bringing texture is really what makes the buildings in Over the Rhine great. And it was what is going to make this building a contributing building as well. Thank you.
And that concludes our case in chief. We would reserve the right to present rebuttal testimony, but that's all we have at the moment. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. I believe now it is time for cross by the parties of record. If you'd like to proceed first, and then our other party of record could cross the applicants as well if desired.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, council. I'd like to return to testimony of Ben Eierlerman, if he's in the room and available for testimony. I'd like to ask him a few questions from his first session.
Just a point of order. This is Mr. Wilson, correct?
I'm sorry, my name is Greg Wilson. I'm attorney for 1400 Sycamore Street. I'm also the managing member of 1400 Sycamore Street, which is a budding property owner and a party of record to the case.
Just, Mr. Wilson, are you here as the member or the LLC's attorney?
Well, right now I'm acting as the LLC's attorney because our legal counsel is suffering a medical problem, and I've been asked to conduct the cross-examination.
So you have an objection to this, right?
Our position is that LLC cannot represent itself, and the LLC's already entered an appearance from Mr. Collins, I believe. If there's cross-examination that the LLC wishes to make, then Mr. Collins should be the one to make it.
I've entered my appearance. My bar number is 7795. I'm licensed in this state. I can conduct an examination under principles of law and the authority of the Supreme Court, and I can intend to do that.
We have noted your objection, but we will allow this.
Call Mr. Eierlerman.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Eierlerman, my name is Greg Wilson, and I'm attorney for 1400 Sycamore Street, and I'm asking you to return your thoughts to the testimony that you gave on June 15th. And I'm going to be very brief with you, but I think we did not conclude the matters that I was interested in at that time. You mentioned, and I think it was the substance of your testimony, that certain of the changes that were being requested by parties and perhaps even members of the board could not be made because of the availability of a tax credit. Do you recall that testimony?
I do, yes.
And what is that tax credit?
So the tax credit is the 9% low-income housing tax credit.
And it's 9% of the costs, project cost. Is that pretty much what it is?
That's a fair summation in a few words, yes.
And what would that amount be?
So I believe that the tax credit itself is worth about $18 million.
Okay. And where does that tax credit go? How's it distributed?
Could you say that another way?
What's it used for?
It's used for construction cost.
Okay. So the credit is sold to a bank and then, or some other investor, and those dollars are invested in the construction costs?
Yes.
Are there development fees payable to the partners in this
There are.
transaction?
Yes.
What are those development fees?
So the total developer fee available to be paid is $3 million.
And who gets that?
That would be split between Over the Rhine Community Housing, 8K Development Company, and Peasley Neighborhood Center.
Can you tell me what the division is among those three parties?
I do not recall that off the top of my head.
what does each of those three parties contribute to the development process?
So Over the Rhine Community Housing takes the lead on completing the application. And also we bring our experience and expertise in having successfully been awarded contracts. And then 8K Construction brings their development experience in the urban core and their expertise in construction. And then Peasley Neighborhood Center brings over 40 years of community engagement and work serving the neighborhood.
And that community engagement, is that a compensable service?
I have to be honest, I don't know what that word means, so.
How much are they getting paid for it?
They're getting their portion of the developer fee.
Is it more than $1 million?
I don't believe so.
More than 500,000?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have of your testimony.
Thank you.
Any other questions for any other witnesses?
For other witnesses? Yes, I'm going to ask Ms. Schmidt. Is there nobody else that's going to take any testimony of these witnesses? I was giving them the break, so.
They've rested their case.
No, I meant.
And we have no redirect for Mr.
I meant the other person of record.
The other person of record will have their opportunity.
Oh, I see. Okay. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Schmidt.
Okay. Ms. Schmidt, my name is Greg Wilson, and I'm attorney for 1400 Sycamore Street. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your work on the application. First of all, the garbage area is located at the southwest corner of the building, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Why'd you put it there?
So in reviewing the overall site, there's already some trash area for the pool in that same location, and it would provide access and get it off the 14th Street facade.
Okay. Well, the Ziegler pool has paper and cardboard refuse primarily, wouldn't you agree?
I do not know the nature of their.
But you have a 36-unit apartment building that's going to be producing human garbage or human kitchen waste and that sort of stuff. Is there going to be an odor from that garbage area?
I would assume that trash is picked up in a timely manner.
Well, the reason I ask you is that a lot of the effect of this building, and I'm going to get to some other aspects of it, is impactful on the Ziegler pool area. And I was addressing the issue of the fact that you located the garbage area at the closest possible point to the Ziegler pool. Were there other places that you might have put it?
There are certainly other places we could consider, but that corner is actually farther away from the pool and then closer again to the service area for the pool versus the pool itself.
Well, I guess you could have moved it over to the east a little bit and it would have been directly behind the pool area as opposed to the service building. Is that correct? Is that what you're getting at?
If we're just considering where it could go, that is part of what I'm considering.
What about the northwest corner of the building? Could it have been put there?
So typically, the guidelines and the spirit of the guidelines would not want the trash at the 14th Street facade.
Are those bins or cans?
It would be, that hasn't fully been determined yet.
And how would the garbage be accessed from 14th Street?
Via the vehicular access by the alleys.
The alley's not wide enough, is it, for a garbage truck?
In the proposal, we are proposing that the pavement of the alley is generally widened with the existing historic curb laid flush with the overall pavement, so it would be then wide enough.
I'm gonna change the subject. I'd like to know a little bit more about the windows. And I understand that no choice of the windows has been made, is that correct?
No final choice, we have a basis of design, which is
Repeat that?
no final choice has been made. There's a basis of design and we have agreed to the terms of submitting the final selection.
Are the windows fixed or operable?
Operable.
So, let's see. Put 11 up.
Page 11.
Okay, I wonder if you'll explain one thing to me here. This deck area here, is that a deck over the parking garage?
That is seeing the parking below. So the building does not cover the entirety of the parking area.
So what does cover the parking area?
It's an open air.
It's open air parking? So that actually what's depicted there it should show cars if we were really looking at it from an aerial view?
Those are showing the parking spaces.
Is there a roof over those parking spaces?
No.
So the parking spaces extend to the wall at the back of the pool, isn't that correct?
Almost, not quite.
And how far would you say it is? I'm looking at, this is the wall at the back of the pool. Is there a foot or two?
I don't recall exactly, it's about.
Well, I was over there yesterday and that entire area at the back of the pool was lined with lounge chairs and people were laying in the sun directly below those parking spaces. You wouldn't disagree with that, would you?
That is the location of the pool and the parking spaces as people park there now as well.
Have you been over there when the pool is occupied by recreational visitors?
Yes.
So you would agree that that area has people laying on lounge chairs directly below those parking spaces?
If below on this image, yes, there are lounge chairs all along the pool area.
So the parking lot, the parking spaces are immediately adjacent to that area that's being indicated, but above it, correct?
Yes.
And how far above?
I would need to look at a more specific section to.
Is it more than 10 feet?
It is probably about 10 feet.
Okay. What happens if things are ejected from the parking area onto the pool deck? Have you considered that?
Based on the existing conditions now,
No, I mean, proposed construction.
we did extend the screening and that railing to be 4'6". So we brought that up higher to help to accommodate some of the screening of those cars and just general interaction.
Well, I want you to address it's really a massing issue rather than a specific parking issue or height issue. But the visitors well, first of all, you would agree that Ziegler Pool at Ziegler Park is perhaps the finest public improvement in Over the Rhine in a generation. Would you agree with that?
I do think we've had several great public improvement projects in Over the Rhine in fairly recent times.
And hundreds of people use that across all walks of life, correct?
I do not know the numbers, but I do see all kinds of folks enjoying the park.
There would be people who are perfectly comfortable having, appearing in public in bathing equipment, bathing apparel, and there are certainly people who would value their privacy, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, you've got 5 stories of open windows or openable, operable windows, and you've got a parking garage overlooking a recreational swimming pool where families,
Are we driving at a use issue or, because this is,
no,
there's no
it's a
zoning.
massing issue really, because what we have is we have this massive building that is confronting the neighbor's pool. It isn't a height issue because it's on the back side, so it isn't in the regulations, but I'd like to address it from the standpoint of the Ziegler pool users.
So you will have an opportunity to make these arguments yourself during your case in chief. But I don't know if it's helpful to ask her hypothetical questions about how.
Okay, I can speak to it in the argument. That would be helpful. Thank you. Well, going to the issue of height, I heard your colleague testify about the measurements in the applications. Do you know how many times you actually called out the height of this building in your applications, the 2 of them? In feet?
I believe they mostly are reflected in the sections.
Actually, it's never. There are, if I represent to you that there were 131 references to the word height, and 32 of them came in by the author of the application, not a single one of them said anything about 65 feet in height or 74 feet in height or 49 feet in height. There isn't a single reference in either application to the actual call out in height. Is that intentional?
There's no intention in calling out the height that way or not.
Okay, so there's no.
Madam Chair, I just need to object to the basis of the question. The height's right on that slide. He's asking her to admit something
Actually-
that's just not true.
Actually, it's not. What's that say? Wait, I'm sorry, I can't read it from here.
61 feet, 3 inches.
And that's on the, that's in the drawing?
Yes.
Well, I stand corrected, but I would like an opportunity to review this more carefully. Is this the only place that height is mentioned?
I can't recall if it's on the other section, it might be, but we were primarily looking at sections.
Did you have any communication with any of the other parties or internally about not mentioning the 65-foot height of this building?
No.
Well, the reason I ask that is because members of the public have said, gee, we have no idea how tall that building is. We can't tell from the drawings. You didn't remove any notations, did you?
No.
I believe you've asked those questions. If we could move on to a different topic.
Okay, that's all I have to witness.
I guess one brief redirect question for you. There's currently a parking lot on this lot, right?
Correct.
It's immediately adjacent to Ziegler Park, right?
Correct.
So with this design, there will actually be less surface parking that's open in the air towards Ziegler Park, right? No further questions, thank you.
If the other party of record has any cross-examination, this would be the time.
Madam Chair, the other party of record has no cross-examination. We do have a point of clarification with our response argument. Is our argument combined time with the other party of record? Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Now, we will go back to the first party of record for their presentation. But before we do that, are there any questions by the board for the applicant? Okay.
Make sure we're the first party. Okay. Are we the first party or the second party?
I don't know.
Want to flip a
There,
coin?
Let's go.
All right. I'm not directing the examination. I have two witnesses. Thank you.
Is there a chair for another witness? And I didn't catch Mr. Brandt's response on the time. We have our own separate time.
Yes, you have 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We will attempt to be expeditious. First of all, Madam Chair, we do have some images that, with your permission, we'd like to hand out to the board and enter into the record.
Take a look.
This is the one that's labeled, and that would we need to keep one for myself. And then this would be today's statement.
For now.
Is that okay? Thank you. So thank you again for your time and attention today. And let's see, first of all, just to clarify, there are two separate parties of record. We are a separate party of record from Mr. Wilson's party of record. We constitute many residents and property owners, most of whom you will see in the party of record are residents and property owners of 14th Street, Main Street, Orchard Street, Woodward Street. So very close proximity to the site, generally speaking. So we thank you and for your time today. We appreciate, of course, the effort that was reflected in the revised proposal. However, after carefully reviewing the revised submission, we respectfully conclude that the revisions do not materially address the concerns that prevented approval at the June 15th hearing. After nearly 3 hours of testimony, we expected and hoped, as a party of record, that the applicant would return with a substantially revised proposal. What we heard from the board was that the proposal was too large, too massive, too tall, had a large parking garage entry on a narrow 14th Street, and lacked cohesion with the surrounding historic fabric of the Main Street area. We did not expect the revised proposal to be perfect or that we would love it, but we did expect that it would be substantially revised. We were therefore surprised and disappointed that the revised proposal does not constitute the substantial revision that we understood the board was seeking. At the last hearing, again, there were 3 hours or more of testimony and discussion about how the proposed building is not in compliance with the most important and heavily weighted guidelines under this board's purview: height, massing, scale, rhythm, setback, as well as with regard to the large vehicular entry in the primary facade on 14th Street. Similar to Mr. Burley, we will not rehash all of those arguments here and belabor that, but we would rather ask that you refer to our testimony at the previous hearing and to our original party of record statement. And at the conclusion of that hearing, again, what we heard from the board was agreement that there were significant issues with the proposal's height, massing, scale, rhythm, and vehicular entry. Now, Mr. Burley said that members of the public raised height. We heard that the board also raised height as an issue. And we heard the applicant asked whether they preferred to have their application denied or to make revisions in return. All of the issues that prompted our primary involvement in this case in the first place, and that we heard the board identify as significant concerns, still remain. Yes, we appreciate that the stucco and much of the metal mesh has been removed, and that is certainly an improvement. However, these revisions primarily affect the building's architectural expression. They do not materially change its overall form. The proposal is still fundamentally the same building, effectively the same height, massing, scale, rhythm, setbacks, and structured parking forming the first two levels. The roof elevation has been reduced by 2 feet 8 inches, although much of that reduction is obscured by a parapet wall and therefore is not visible or perceptible from street level. But this change represents only approximately 4% of the building's overall height. It is still a 5-story building on 14th Street, and in that cross-site section, really you can see it's a 5.5-story building because the first level is like 1.5 stories. That was on what was on the screen earlier. And 6 full levels at the rear as viewed from Ziegler Park. It is still a large rectangular block, or as Mr. Burley said, a rectangular box with character, that would be placed in the middle of a very historic, unique, fine-grained Civil War and Victorian era architectural district in the Main Street era. It still has a 29-foot wide parking entrance, partially usurping Getz Alley in direct contravention of the guidelines for bases. I believe that this group, this party of record, is not expecting perfection, is willing to compromise, these neighbors, these longtime residents of Over the Rhine. But meaningful compromise requires meaningful change. These revisions simply are not proportional to the concerns identified by the board at the previous hearing. Now, Mr. Burley raised a few specific issues. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole and relitigate the issue of height. However, it does feel necessary to respond to some things that Mr. Burley just mentioned. They feel to me as though we are trying to reopen a Pandora's box and create confusion around what the guidelines actually say. Mr. Burley, first of all, repeatedly mentions the context hierarchy, the context hierarchy, the context hierarchy. But what is not mentioned is that staff does not acknowledge the only adjacent building as being adjacent. What is not acknowledged by the applicant is that there is an adjacent building. There is a building within the block face. That is the corner building that you see there. And that's irrefutable on the basis of the guidelines and the glossary definition of block face, which explicitly says that corner buildings are to be treated as part of the block face. So when we're talking about when we talk about the staff report and this context hierarchy as though there's no existing fabric on the same side of the street, that's not true, according to the definition and the guidelines themselves. And now, Mr. Burley has said, well, the context hierarchy says if there's less than 3 buildings on the same side of the block face, then we refer to the fabric across the street. And part of this gets to the very basis of the context hierarchy originally, which is that it was tied into a complete revision of the height chapter. And that was wiped out at City Planning Commission at the last minute in December of 2023. The context hierarchy only made sense in the context of being tied to a new height chapter. The city said no, therefore we're left with this weird divorce situation. The only guideline we have is height of new construction should not vary by more than 1 story of adjacent contributing buildings. That is now, from our perspective, a standalone guideline. It has no relationship to the context hierarchy at this point. But as we've said last time, let's suppose for the sake of argument that, okay, we want to consider this corner building as adjacent and part of the context, but we want to look across the street. We've pointed out that there's a broad mix of heights There's the 3-story corner building, there's the Woodward building that's 2 stories. The next building next to the Woodward building is 2 stories. And then yes, you have a 5-story tower which drops to 3 stories. We've talked about all of that. But the guideline does not say should not vary by more than 1 story from the tallest contributing building or the one that we pick or choose. It says should not vary by more than 1 story from adjacent contributing buildings. That includes the 2-story building and the 3-story building. Those are also important contexts. So what would be a height that would balance those things? Even if we look across the street, which again, by the letter of the law, it says within 1 story of adjacent, there's one defined adjacent building that is 3 stories tall. And this is not within 1 story of that. But even if we look across the street, a balance would mean something in between all of those heights. So that's important to respond to. Mr. Burley also, at the end of the last hearing, argued that our definition of adjacent that we cited from the Land Development Code is not correct because he stated that the Land Development Code was a draft that we had pulled from the internet. But if you look at page 19 of the packet we just passed out, pages 19 and 20, you will see the city's municipal code website, the Land Development Code, section 1703-9, adjacent, sharing a common lot line or having lot lines separated only by an alley. That's underlined in red. And then the next page shows when that was passed, approved, 5/8/13, amended 11/10/21. The only definition of adjacent anywhere in the municipal code says that this is an adjacent building, and it wasn't a draft. Briefly on vehicular entry, I think this is another effort to make things more complicated than they are. Mr. Burley says it uses the word may, therefore it's optional. The quote from the guidelines, this is the chapter on residential bases. Vehicular entry may be placed on a primary facade if all of the following conditions exist. If all of the following conditions exist, then yes, it is optional to place vehicular entry on the primary facade. If all of the following conditions do not exist, then it is not an option. It's very simple. It's a yes or no binary thing. Now, he also says that admits that this is a residential building, 100%, but says, well, commercial buildings are allowed to have vehicular entry. But this is not a commercial building, it's a residential building. And even if it were a commercial building, Mr. Burley points out that the guideline is, quote, you can have vehicular entry on the commercial building if it is, quote, a garage or commercial building. That is meant for parking garages and 100% commercial buildings, not residential buildings. So we're veering into something that simply does not apply here. This is a 100% residential building. The rules for residential base apply. Residential base says vehicular entry may not be placed on a primary facade, which to us means shall not. And briefly, no, I'm going to continue. So we did want to quickly address, because it was brought up in the revision, we wanted to quickly address outreach. There was an extensive discussion about outreach at the previous hearing, right? And the revised submission goes to great trouble to show here's the outreach we've done, and we agree that outreach was done. However, since the past hearing, no one in the party of record, or to our knowledge, any other neighbor has been reached out to discuss this. And the submission presents a timeline of community engagement that actually highlights the basic problem with the community outreach process. This is on the last page of the packet where you see circled in red, February 3rd, 2026. And that is, established as the first day in which, engagement was happening. The problem with that is that that's only 2 days before the applicant submitted its application to the state of Ohio. So by the time that any outreach began to neighbors or community members, the most consequential elements of the proposal had already been finalized. The height, massing, program, parking garage, size, shape, setbacks, everything that we're here arguing about, all that was essentially set in stone before any meaningful engagement with the surrounding community began. And the last thing I'm going to speak to before passing it to Mr. Sloan is we did want to address, and this was addressed somewhat in the direct examination of Mr. Burke, something that we brought up at the last hearing but didn't spend much time on because at the time we wanted to be, truly certain that there were discrepancies in the visual renderings and portrayals before we focus on that claim. So Mr. Sloan is a longtime practicing architect, resident of Orchard Street and Over the Rhine, and member of the party of record. He's gone to great lengths to analyze the submission in great detail. He's even built a model from scratch in Revit to using the applicant's architectural drawings to show what we believe are that the building is not shown to the accurate size of what it will look like. That independent analysis has identified several significant discrepancies between the architectural drawings and the contextual renderings. And we have 3 independent architects that have submitted letters, which Mr. Sloan will talk about, that back up that analysis, that something isn't right. So together with substantial questions about whether those renderings accurately depict the apparent height and scale of the proposed building. Now, we were clear before, I want to be clear again. We are not saying that anyone intentionally misrepresented anything. We're saying we see discrepancies, which we will share with you. And we are asking that those discrepancies be explained so that the board knows whether they're looking at actually accurate renderings. And we would ask the architect, frankly, to explain those things. If there's an explanation, we think that's fair. Because the board relies on these visualizations to evaluate compatibility. Now, I wanted to point out 2 things at a high level. With respect to the renderings, if you look at the image from page 22 of the submission, so this would be in the little packet here. Oh, sorry, forget 22. If you look at page 16 of this packet, which is showing 14th Street, you'll see, first of all, that this 14th Street is impossibly wide from this perspective. It makes it look like you could fit 2 or 3 lanes of traffic in between the 2 traffic lanes. Whereas in reality, if you're there or you look in Google Maps, it's a very narrow street. You could barely fit 2 lanes of opposite traffic. And then if you look at the next page, 17, actually, if you just look at page 18 of this packet, you'll see zoomed in from the rendering of the submission. These historic buildings are not historic buildings that are there in reality. They apparently were generated in AI. Because if you look at the corner building, which is the adjacent building, which we call the Pony building because the Pony is located in it, that is not the Pony building. It is not the same, it's just not the same building. And in fact, circled here is a 4th story that doesn't exist. There is no 4th story there. And then if you look at the arrow, that's a completely different building. That's actually the Motor building, which is a very ornate historic building. But what we're seeing here is something entirely different. So that's concerning because again, we think the exercise here is for the board to be able to accurately evaluate to what extent this building will or will not fit in with the historic fabric. And then secondly, if you look at the view from Ziegler Pool, this would be page 13 of this packet, where you see the calculations that were performed by Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan's analysis, backed up by 3 architects whose letters we will share, concludes that the proposed building is significantly underrepresented compared with how it will actually appear. This is an image of the calculations together with an overlay illustrating how much of the building may be understated in this rendering. And to support this conclusion, rather than make claims that can't be substantiated, again, he built the model directly in Revit to make sure we weren't off base. Yeah, and it just concludes that the building will actually appear substantially larger. And this, as Mr. Sloan will explain, this isn't just a matter of like, you know, changing your perspective. It's basically math. So, and it's seen in the relationship between this building and the historic buildings around it. You can actually see on page 3, what our model shows, and it's the transparency that's overlaid on this view, and there's a much larger discrepancy with the historic buildings in that view. So again, we're just asking questions. What if we're wrong about this? Then we'd love for that to be explained. Our point is not to ask the board to accept Mr. Sloan's analysis as definitive. Rather, our concern is whether these renderings are sufficiently reliable to assist the board in carrying out its responsibility to evaluate compatibility. I do have concluding comments, but I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sloan now.
All right, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is William Sloan. I have been a registered architect for 24 years in the state of Ohio. That's the official term, licensed architect, you can also say. And I've been a resident of Over the Rhine for 26 years. At most 500 feet from the site, currently 300 feet from the site. I can see it from my living room window. I have some things I would like to submit. There's 3 different letters from registered architects. 2 are registered in the state of Ohio. The 3rd used to be, but is now registered in Illinois, where he works for 15 years on multifamily housing developments and is very experienced with them as well. I have additional documents I want to submit when you're done. Sorry. And those are things, one second, I'm sorry. One of these has my notes on it. This one has my notes on it, thank you. These are things that I shared with our party of record that I noticed about the submission, both submittals, both the June and the July submissions, whatever the term would be, that really caught my eye as being problematic. On the first page, this is the top images from the June, the original submission. You can see above the wall, the retaining wall from Ziegler Park, you can see what appears to be a car and a person standing beside it. The only reason that is visible is because the building doesn't extend far enough to the west to prevent you from seeing that. In the updated July image, which you can see below that, the car is gone. I think it just blurred though. But it still looks like there's a person there. Again, this is catching my eye because it's the same massing, same size building that's shown in the revised drawings as was originally shown in the June drawings. Additionally, yes, very much on the side point, there's trees shown all up and down that alley. Those aren't there now, and the only way for those to be possible is if they are planted in the alley or in other people's backyards that this property doesn't own. The biggest one near the corner would have to be planted in their garage ramp. If you go to the next page. So this is from their most recent submittal. That shows an aerial view of the building. If you look at the dotted red lines, those show approximately where Getz Alley is. And it's showing the building extending all the way to Getz Alley. It's a little bit elevated, so looks like it's overlapping Getz Alley, but that's just the perspective. It's extending all the way to Getz Alley. There's a blue line, which is much less visible, unfortunately. That shows the east face of the Ziegler Park Pool Mechanical Building, and that extends to practically half of their back elevation. This is something I noticed, and basically my point about these 2 different pages is that they both cannot be true. Going to the 3rd page in this packet, and Danny mentioned these as well. The building at the end of East 14th Street is the Motor Building. The building that they show looks like a newer building, but somewhere near Ray Street. It looks like a recent building that was built somewhere near Ray Street. But the building on the corner, it's not the actual contributing building. And you can see there's a first floor storefront, there's a second floor window, you can see right at the corner, a third floor window, and then there's an entirely different fourth floor added. That's not at all an accurate representation of the building that is there. I'm gonna go through these really quickly. The fourth page shows the very first image that the historic conservator started out with in this meeting. It's not included in their July submittal, but it wasn't redacted from the June submittal, and the June submittal was included in the package that you received. That image is also, what I'm gonna say is almost certainly an impossible image. The building is shifted to the east, shifted to the right in the image, and if you look to the right of it, you can see the top of the second story portion, the main portion of the Peasley building. It's completely covering the one-story portion, the entry portion of the Peasley building. As a result of doing that, it's showing a lot of space to the west of the building, to the left in this drawing, which isn't an accurate representation. So I wanted to point this out. Now, going to and again, I'm going to try to move real quickly in this. Going to the larger package that you were submitted, that you were provided, that Danny's already gone over. And these were produced by members of the community, so they're not in perfect order actually. But if you go to page 7 in that packet, it's a view from Main Street looking east down East 14th Street. And it shows the revised drawing. If you trace the lines, which I've done there in yellow, of the perspective lines of their building, you'll see they lead to point B, which is to the left of the on the page. But if you trace the historic buildings, the actual buildings that are there right now, those are shown in white lines. They go to vanishing point A, which is within the framework of the street. So their vanishing points are significantly off. That's not a way to integrate a new rendering into an existing photo to accurately represent how it's going to be. You will see that I've got arrows pointing to a red line. That red line is the bottom of their revised garage door opening. If you look on the next page, the bottom of in that photo, it aligns with the horizontal mullion in the Pony's storefront. If you look at the next page, page 8, that red line is so low when you trace it across the building section, they would have a garage opening of about 4 feet, maybe 5 feet. It's impossibly low. I point this out to say that I don't think this rendering is accurate. Next, if you go to page 12 of this packet, you'll see the view that Danny's already discussed, so I won't cover it too much. But that's there's still those issues. East 14th Street looks like it's 5 lanes wide in that rendering. And I think this whole rendering is based off of a 3D model. I don't think there was any photo that was integrated for this. So they had complete control over that. And I think maybe the camera width that they used, the focal width, like a 0.5, if it was on your phone versus a 1 or a 2, produced that artificially wide impression of East 14th Street. So it gets to the really main point of what I want to talk about is on the next page, page 13. And that's the view of their building, their proposed building from the pool. Now you can see, okay, I've been using Revit since 2007, that's 19 years. I've been using BIM since 1993, that's a very long time. I'm very familiar with hand drawing perspectives as well. So what I tried to do originally, like Sunday of last week, was to construct their view, use their drawings to construct a view of the building from the pool. If you look at the right-hand side, I have the first floor, second floor, and third floor / roof of Peasley labeled. You can see D is their second floor, where that is in relationship to the second floor windows. But it's really the first floor of Peasley, the existing first floor, and their building sections and their floor plans in multiple other areas is shown as being at the same level as the parking garage. Here, it's shown as being at the level of the top of their screen wall. Their screen wall is at least 4 feet above the parking garage level. So in other words, this building has been incorrectly entered into this photograph or this combination of images. So it's actually starting out probably at the correct height, but it's reading lower, smaller, shorter, not as tall as it goes up. Okay, yeah, 3.2, I do want to cover this on page 14, sorry. I've got dimensions in green that I used in CAD to verify that I'm using the right scale. 61.3 is what they show to the top of that deck, and I verified that. They only reduce the parapet by 1'8", and they in their submission, they use the 2'8" multiple times, but for the majority of the building, especially along 14th Street, it's only 1'8". That's a really minor thing. Okay.
At time.
Oh, okay, I thought I had 1 minute left, but that's fine. If I may, real quickly, Sue?
30 seconds.
Okay, on page 5, that is the model that I got with 3 different architects who have provided you letters saying it's accurately produced and accurately shown in that view. And if you look at its relationship to the Ziegler Pool, the mechanical building, it's much different than what it is on the first page of what I started with.
But we respectfully request that the board deny the application for COA or request major revisions. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have cross-examination for this party of record?
Mr. Sloan?
Yes.
On page 12 of the packet that you submitted, you have a green line that says top of third floor window.
Yeah.
And it goes past to the west, the building that you believe was inaccurately rendered.
Yes, on the next page, well, no, previous page.
But on that page 12, your line, top of third floor window, goes past the top of that building, right?
Correct.
On your page 11, the immediately prior page,
Correct.
you have a line that says top of third floor window, right?
Correct.
It goes immediately past the top of that building to the west, right?
Correct.
All right, no further questions for Mr. Sloan.
Questions for Mr. Clinton?
I do not have any questions for Mr. Klingwood, thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the presentation by the other party of record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a business lawyer, and I have no skill in construction blueprints and engineering design, or even historical detail. What I would have wanted, and what the public was entitled to, was time for people who have more skill to review these revised plans and put their evidence into the record before you vote. But as you know, the practice that occurred was that the submission was due on June 29th and comments on July the 6th, 6 days. Fortunately, Mr. Klinger and Mr. Sloan did a great job. In preparing to speak today, I watched Danny Klinger's closing argument from June 15th on the board's YouTube channel on the standards this board actually should apply, your own guidelines on height, massing and scale, rhythm and materials. I cannot imagine anything I could add that would improve on what he told you. And I would urge every member of the board to listen to that argument again before voting on this application. Most people who have spoken, members of this board included, on June 15th and today, prefaced their questions and their objections the same way. I support low-income housing. I want to see this project go forward. I understand why. That preface is exactly the problem. The board has no role in advancing this project. That is the role of others. The board is charged with the appropriateness under historic conservation standards. I wish this project had been brought by a neutral party, say the National Center for Dog Biscuit Research Marketing, or the Institute for Parking Meter Design, because then all of us, the board, this hearing, the neighbors, the public, could do the one job which we are actually assigned to do. We're not here to advance affordable housing. We're not permitted to be. The board's own rules and its mission confine it to one question. Is this appropriate from a historic conservation standpoint? Every other feeling about who the applicant is and how worthy their cause, we are supposed to leave at the door. All of us, especially the board. I fear we've not done that. Ask yourselves honestly, if the Center for Dog Biscuit Research came before you with this result of their construction, being a continuous wall of over 120 feet along the narrow street, and as a visual barrier to what really looks like 6.5 stories on the exposed side, with many technical violations of your guidelines, with massing and appearance that overwhelm the lovely historic structure and damage the setting of a beloved public space, Ziegler Pool and Park. Would you approve it? And would you hand the applicant an open-ended continuance to come back whenever it suited them and let the public's notice and chance to analyze the plans be damned? You would not. You would deny it. I've practiced in this historic conservation environment for 30 years, and I've dealt with dozens of the people and entities who appear before this board. Let me tell you what the general public believes. They believe this is a rigged game, that if the city wants a project or a project is deemed meritorious, it will be approved. That you may jostle the developer around a little, but at the end of the day, it's going to happen. That belief is corrosive, and it's why the neighbors who vehemently oppose this project feel they must open their comments by reciting their credentials in support of affordable housing before they dare say a word against it. Do not let the public be right about that. The way you prove them wrong is to apply your standards to this applicant exactly the way you would to any other. And let me tell you what the real design criteria for this project is. It's not massing, it's not harmony, it's not scale or rhythm or materials. The single driving criteria is that tax credit. That's what shapes this building. GBBN would not have designed it this way. Peasley would not be pressing it this way. The timing would not have been squeezed this way. It was, and your historic standards would not have to be twisted the way they are being twisted, but for one thing, securing that tax credit. That is a sad predicate on which to saddle a beautiful historic neighborhood and a beloved public park with a neighbor that will stand here long after everyone in this room is gone. The best use of this space is a public improvement adjoining Ziegler Park. I think you know that. The reason others are not standing here saying so is the very same reason every opponent feels compelled to genuflect first. No one wants to be seen opposing affordable housing. Set aside that thought and do your job. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the board deny this application. In the alternative, the board is unwilling to deny it. I ask that it continue the matter renotice the application with a full 45-day notice period that the board's own schedule affords every other application, so that the public and the people with skills I lack have a genuine opportunity to review plans and be heard before you vote. That's all I have.
Before you leave, I think in your submission, you requested or you talked about a continuance. Are you formally requesting a continuance for this item?
No, I'm not.
We will move on to public comments. Thank you so much for sticking this out. I know it's been a long meeting already. We definitely want to hear from you. Please try to abide by the 2 minutes just because it's already been a long night. We'd really appreciate it. I have a lot of papers. I'm just gonna go in the order of the papers in my stack. Apologies if I mispronounce your name. Let's see. Or can't read your handwriting. Let's go with Kees Adama. Did I probably butchered that? Come on up.
It was supposed to be Chris.
Oh, sorry, I'm like, ooh. Sorry, I forgot to do something. We probably have some people who weren't sworn in here. If you did not get sworn in at the beginning of the meeting and would like to participate in public comment, please stand up and the board's attorney will swear you in.
If you could just raise your right hand and even want to answer out loud, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I can kind of make that into Chris now.
Okay, thank you.
What would you like to tell us?
So, Chris Adama, hello everyone, and my address is 214 East 14th Street, so directly across from the proposed development. At the hearing 1 month ago, you heard what I believe was strong and thoughtful objections from Danny, from many concerned neighbors, and from members of the board. Those concerns were not limited to the building's exterior materials. They included overall design, height, and mass, its setback, and relationship to the surrounding historic buildings, and the large garage entrance directly on 14th Street. I think we would all agree that the design and the materials have improved from the original submission. However, improved materials does not really resolve the proposal's most fundamental problems. The building remains substantially the same size, the same shape and scale. Its relationship to the neighborhood remains substantially unchanged. The garage entrance on 14th Street also remains. Most of the concerns discussed at length at the first meeting have simply not been meaningfully addressed. For that reason, I do respectfully ask the board not to approve the current proposal and require substantial changes that address the building's height, mass, setback, and parking entrance. Thank you.
Mary Rivers.
Hello, my name is Mary Rivers. I'm the Executive Director at Over the Rhine Community Housing. Thank you for the guidance provided by staff and for the feedback from the board last month. We took that feedback to heart, and we have a project that addresses your concerns and complies with historic guidelines. The project is brought to you by neighborhood people who have lived and worked in this neighborhood for decades. Collectively, we are property owners. We own affordable housing and green spaces. We own thriving commercial spaces and recovery centers. We own advocacy centers and safe places with arts and enrichment programs for youth and adults. We love our neighbors. By we, I mean resident board members and resident staff who have lived through the ups and downs and twists and turns of a changing community and who continue to show up for each other so that people have a place here. By we, I mean people like me who have spent the better part of nearly every week for decades in the community. By we, I mean residents, both new and long-term, who can't be here today to speak in support of the project because their jobs won't permit it. Together, we fought to save historic buildings from the wrecking ball. We've saved community assets. We've preserved historic buildings. We've lived through the pounding machines as Washington Park Garage was built and as the streetcar lines were installed. We've lived through watching our neighbors in Section 8 housing be kicked out, one just catty-corner from this property, kicked out by owners converting their homes to high-rent apartments and condos. We've seen longtime friends and neighbors be forced out. We've seen on-street parking disappear as streets are closed for upscale diners, and parking once free is now pay to park. Our community is intimately aware of the pains that come with change and evolution, and we adapt. Simultaneously, we are intimately aware of the value of the historic district. This project celebrates both the history and resilience of the community, taking our collective assets and converting them to deeply needed affordable housing that is connected to community-based amenities and supports. In the end, and what I understand matters most to this board, is that by following the guidelines of the historic district, we have a community-serving project that complies with historic guidelines. Thank you.
Just a point of order, apparently the attorneys can choose to cross-examine any of the members of the public who speak. So please ask or raise your hand if you would like to do so.
That's not why I'm here. I'm here because we have a party of record stranded on floor 1.
Oh,
Because the elevators don't work. Is there any way to get Mr. Miller back up here?
He's running up the stairs right now. He's trying to find it.
Is that part of the test?
Yeah, that's the gauntlet we're running here.
So probably should have mentioned this earlier, folks. The doors lock and the building becomes secure after 6 o'clock. So if you do leave the floor, you'll have to let us know. I would encourage you not to if you can avoid it. But if there's an emergency, let us know. We'll figure out a way to get you up here.
Nick DiNardo is next.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick DiNardo. My address is 6136 Fairway Drive, Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm the managing attorney for the Housing and Consumer Practice Group, the Legal Aid Society of Greater Cincinnati. And more importantly, for this testimony, I'm the president of the board of Over the Rhine Community Housing. Our organization has been working in Over the Rhine for over 40 years to preserve affordable housing in a neighborhood that has seen rapid and significant changes, both to its historical buildings and to thousands of families that have been displaced. I personally started working in Over the Rhine doing housing preservation back in 1992 as an intern with a predecessor organization to OTRCH. Over the Rhine Community Housing has consistently worked to positively impact this neighborhood, maintaining and restoring nearly 100 historic buildings, totaling over 700 affordable housing units. The June's Place project continues this history by replacing a surface parking lot with a new building that has been designed to be contextually sensitive in its massing, scale, and height. This design and project was developed with extensive community input, and we heard and responded to the board's comments from the last meeting. Additional design changes have been incorporated into the project based on these conversations to create a development that will positively impact the neighborhood architecture and the people who live there. A mix of units with rents from 30 to 60% of AMI will allow affordable and workforce housing, so needed in this neighborhood, in a building that fits historic guidelines and is consistent with the height and design of the other buildings on the street, including those immediately across the street. For these reasons, I ask you to approve this application.
Thank you. Maurice Wagner. No, Maurice.
I think he had to leave. He was the president of our community council. Was just gonna say we support it.
Okay. Nick Ganem.
Hi, guys. I spoke to you last time we were here, and I just would like to represent people that live in the neighborhood. I've got a business in the neighborhood and pays for my bills, it pays for my groceries, and I also live in the building right across from where this is potentially going to be built. I also have some rentals in that building, so I'm on about 17 years of investing my life and time into a neighborhood that I absolutely love. I love the neighborhood. And the big reason is because of the historic presence there and how beautiful it is. And there's some things that I wanted to do to my home and my rentals, and I couldn't do them, and I respected it because I had to follow the historic rules. And was happy to pass on it. And it was my forever home and still probably will be my forever home. So I just ask you guys to, if you could somehow empathize and put yourself in the position of the neighbors that have been there for a long time and, just have some sort of reasonable positioning from our perspective about we feel like it's a monstrosity. It's a little bit bigger than it could be. And we ask you to deny it or ask for some revisions that are just more appropriate. And I appreciate you guys hearing me out.
Jennifer Aarons.
I'm happy to concede my time, really.
Okay, thank you. Dorothy Darden.
Good afternoon. I've lived in Over the Rhine for over 60 years. I was a part of the, when we had to leave the West End in the 60s for urban renewal or whatever it was called. And also, I'm glad that we talked about heights and all of that, because the first meeting that I was in with a lot of these people from this building here, it was very hard to sit there to talk about who was going to be security, the water issues. There will be too many children. Will everybody drive a car? Will everybody have work? When will they come and go? When will they go in and out? When will the mothers bring the kids to the daycare? And I know that's not the issue for here, but it needs to be addressed, because that was the issue when they were invited to come over to find out about this project. And it was very hard to sit there and to think that we're in 2026 talking like that about the kids. Will the people sit outside? When are they gonna go inside? Will they all drive cars? Will everybody have, what business is that of theirs when we're not over there worrying about what they got going on in those buildings over there? And when you say neighbors, you're talking about one building. We have a neighborhood that has been here for years. A community, not just one building, that is concerned about their issues of people blocking the view. I can't see the grass. We have living human beings in this building who are still struggling, trying to hold on to where they can say is home. We're here trying to see if we can get something going. We can show the world that it could be done, that people could live together, that people could live together, not here to tear this down because one building feels like, this only thing I heard in that meeting, I was so overwhelmed. I could not believe that we were talking like this in these ages. To sit there, the babies, there'll be too many babies. There'll be not enough water pressure for our building. There will not be, so when will they come and go? Is there gonna be security? Is there anybody that's gonna be calling that we can call when something is going on? That is not a neighborhood. That is not, I'm at the time, but I just wanna say, we could have made this really work and we still can, but we in the wrong offices for what we need.
Bonnie Newmeyer.
Good evening, Bonnie Newmeyer, 10 West 14th Street, Apartment 3. I am a long-term resident board member and co-founder of both Peaslee Neighborhood Center and Over the Rhine Community Housing. One of our first murals we did on Peaslee's west wall was a quilt painted by our participants. One square of that quilt said, "Dream big," and it was with a giant red heart. This current joint project, June's Place, that Peaslee is doing with OTRCH and 8K is another dream big vision. Peaslee is sharing our land so families with limited resources can flourish in a mix of affordable housing and live in an environment with a variety of assets, Ziegler Park and Pool, access to Peasley's programs, a child care learning center, bus lines, and close to employment opportunities. We have lost families in this census tract area due to displacement. We listened to your concerns. Because of that, we made good changes to our design. We meet the infill guidelines. The massing, scale, and height is appropriate for this block. The height is about the same height as the buildings across the street. I particularly liked the changes in brick color. It helps to break up the mass as if it's 4 buildings. This project brings a variety of housing types and a diversity of people. We are filling in the block, which will add cultural vitality to the street and adds to the integrity of this historic district. Your yes to the certificate of appropriateness will help us bring this dream big forward again. Thank you.
Gus Ricksecker, sorry if I mangled that one.
You got it. Gus Ricksecker, I'm a Main Street resident. Thank you for your time today and considering everyone's testimony. I come to this meeting bringing the perspective of both a resident and a community development practitioner. As a resident, I live a block away from the proposed development site. I, like many others, moved to OTR because of its historic urban fabric and walkability. I would argue the reason we have a neighborhood that is worth protecting, the reason we have historic guidelines is because long ago the neighborhood was allowed to evolve and build into the resilient, dense, and beautiful place it is today. We need underutilized land to be transformed into places where people live, shop, and invest. The surface parking lot that exists there today is the antithesis of this philosophy. It is not an appropriate historic land use, and it does not contribute to the positive evolution of the neighborhood. This project, meanwhile, brings us closer to the historic OTR we all came to love. We have a developer who's done the hard work, assembling the site, spending their own money on quality design and engineering, and importantly, securing very difficult financing to achieve our collective goal of bringing the surface parking lot into a higher and better use. On top of that, they've demonstrated a willingness to incorporate your feedback from the guidelines, reducing the overall height of the building, removing the stucco and metal plating, reducing the drive access, adding screening and landscape, and modifying the elevations. I think to reject this application in its current form is to lose the forest for the trees. I served on the Main Street Working Group after the tragic mass shooting outside of Mr. Pitiful's. One thing I observed is this business district, the other historic buildings that desperately need more investment, and the businesses within them are relying on projects like this to bring our neighborhood back by investing in our greatest asset, the density of people that make the community dynamic, diverse, and resilient. I also come with my experience as a policymaker. I worked in City Hall and practitioner. These hearings are extremely risky for Over the Rhine Community Housing, one of the few developers willing to actually take on critical infill projects like this one. I think about Gloria's Place. This board unfortunately ruled that the exterior of the building was in alignment, which in my mind is what matters, but the project was denied on its proposed density. They endured years of litigation and legal fees for that decision. This has a real impact when we need actors like Over the Rhine Community Housing acting in good faith to keep filling the missing teeth of our neighborhood. So I agree, technically this is not about affordable housing, even though that's a top priority for many elected leaders in our city, but it is also not about the sentiments of those who are reasonably nervous about change. I ask you to approve the project so we can replace an existing surface parking lot and create beautiful new homes that are 1 story shorter than the building across the street and contribute little by little to the return to the historic OTR that attracted so many of us to move here. Thank you.
Chris Heckman.
Standing most of this time. My name is Chris Heckman. I'm a resident at 1526 Elm Street. And I'm Peasley Board Co-Chair. I'm a local business owner and a father of 2 teenagers. I'm incredibly proud of the June's Place design being presented today precisely because of the changes that have been made. Material updates for appropriateness. I think the brick looks very attractive, especially the details. A height reduction, which was done in good faith and not required. Details added that accentuate the verticality using precedent from historically contributing buildings. So for 10 years, we've been residents since 2009, and for the first part of being an OTR, we lived in 1306 Main Street, which was built in 1852, and together with 1312 Main Street, these are both 5 and 4.5 story buildings that stretch over 100 feet, linear feet. And behind our house, directly behind our house, blocking a view of the hills, was a 6-story building across Getz Alley. We all know that the massive 5-story Alumni Lofts is a block away. Anyone who's in the Pool area will likely see June's Place and Alumni Lofts, along with similarly sized 4-story buildings, the back of 4-story buildings, and a similar sized 4-story building directly behind the wall that was talked about, where people sunbathe. Anyone who goes down 14th Street, it's going to be really hard to not see both sides because it is narrow. That's probably more, if you want to get nitpicky about this view, it is a much narrower street. And the trees on either side eventually are going to obfuscate a lot of the building that you would see there.
We are at time, so if you could wrap it up.
This meets the requirements of the historic OTR guidelines, and I ask the board to approve the COA. Thank you.
Liz Gottmer.
She had to leave.
Okay. Chris Wilkie.
Yes, my name's Chris Wilkie. I'm a board member of Peaslee Neighborhood Center. I'm also a board member of the Greater Cincinnati Homeless Coalition, also a co-editor of Street Vibes. And I'll make this real quick because there's a lot of people who have a lot more insight, details that they can bring about and share with folks. I simply want to kind of point out and kind of reiterate the idea that when it comes to preservation and historical preservation, that looking at it in terms of just the building itself and getting into the weeds, while that's important, always keeping in mind something you said earlier, I'm not sure of your name, but to keep the tension in mind when it comes to the fact that you need to follow the guidelines as the board. At the same time, you also need to take into account the funding that does put certain constraints on the building itself. And so to look at it in simply a vacuum is not appropriate. You know, that you always want to be keeping in mind that the historical preservation of the neighborhood isn't limited to the nuts and bolts of the building itself, but also takes into account the people living there. And that we all have different understandings of what constitutes, you know, productive historical preservation. And so the people who are speaking here today are really speaking to the value of historical preservation when it comes to making sure that it's a vibrant community that's inclusive of all people. So with that, I ask that you accept the application.
Thank you. Morgan Smith.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good to see you again. My name is Morgan Smith. My address is 15 West 15th Street. I am here as a member of the OTR-based development team. I'm with AK. Our offices are on McMicken Ave. But all of that aside, perhaps as I would identify as it, more importantly, I'm a resident of this neighborhood and an avid Over the Rhine champion. I often call myself a Over the Rhine propagandist. I really love it here. I love it because of what it is today, what it once was in my life now, and even more just recently, I am a preservationist, very involved in many preservation groups and different initiatives in this city. I don't think that infill construction and new buildings and historic neighborhoods are mutually exclusive. I think in order to bring back the vibrancy that this neighborhood once had and that we're on track to get back to one day, we need projects just like this. I also want to note, as you all saw in your packet from staff, that before this was a vacant parking lot and before a pool was there, there were two very large structures on both sites. There was a school on the south side of this block along Woodward, and where the Peaslee building is, and right next to it where June's Place is proposed, was a large auto facility, and on the corner of Getz and 14th Street was a firehouse. On the firehouse, we can only presume was vehicular access off the front. So I think that there is a lot of historic precedent here. I also want to say we're very grateful, of course, for all of the feedback from the last session. We hear it and we take it into account, as many from the development team have said. We believe that we did everything we could to meet the feedback and all of your comments from last month. But all of that to say, this project does contribute to the historic fabric. It will bring it back to where it once was. A vacant lot does not contribute. A parking lot does not contribute. All of the parking lots here should have a building like this on them at some point or another. And the scale of this project fits perfectly within the building. As we all know, the building across the street is way taller. So that is all I have for you today. Thank you so much for your time. It's almost 7 o'clock. We're almost there. It's gonna be great. Thank you.
Jeff, whose last name starts with a K and then I lose it, so.
Thank you.
What is your last name for the?
Kruth, K-R-U-T-H.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My name is Jeffrey Kruth, as I just said, and I am a professor of architecture and urban design at Miami University. I'm also the director of the Miami Center for Community Engagement in Over the Rhine at 1300 Vine Street. As a design professor and director of a community institution that has more than 20 years of history in Over the Rhine, I care deeply about both architecture and its context, and about the social life of the neighborhood. I support the June's Place project because the building is appropriate in its massing, scale, and height based on these revisions. The recent changes to the design adequately meet the intentions of street-level interactions. The height is approximately the same height as the buildings across the street. Window placements and changes in brick color define a scale and massing that is appropriate for the neighborhood. I would further add that beyond the bricks and mortar, the social history of this neighborhood is one built by and for the working class. From German immigrants to Black and diverse Appalachian residents, the neighborhood has always offered a home for those at the lower end of the economic spectrum. The June's Place project preserves the social dynamics and intangible heritage of the neighborhood by providing attractive, affordable housing while inviting the broader community into its spaces. Additionally, the institutions that represent the project are longstanding members of the community who continue to build amazing and supportive programs and housing that allows neighborhood life to flourish. It's for these reasons that I ask you to approve the June's Place application.
Debbie Dent.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Dent. I live at 222 East 14th Street. I want to start by saying that I appreciate that the applicant went back and made some changes, and I can see that a lot of effort was put into that. But when I look at the revised plans, I keep coming back to the same question. Has the building really changed in the way this board was concerned about on June 15th? From where I stand as a neighbor, I don't think it has. The materials may be different and some of the architectural details are nicer, but the building is still about the same size, the same overall shape, and still feels like a very big building on a very small block. The large garage entrance is still there, And the relationship between this project and the historic neighborhood around it really hasn't changed. What I heard from this board at the last meeting was that those were important issues. And those are the issues that matter to the historic fabric of Over the Rhine, especially in the Main Street district. To support the goal of creating affordable housing, Cincinnati needs more housing at many price points, but I don't believe that meeting that need requires lowering the design standards that have guided development in Over the Rhine. Those standards exist so that every new building, whether affordable, market rate, nonprofit, or private, contributes positively to the historic district. Thank you for your time.
Patrick Daffin.
He had to leave as well.
Okay, Bridget Burbanks.
She had to leave too.
Okay. Elizabeth.
Bonsai.
Okay. Come on up.
Okay, I'm coming, my name. Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Burnside. I live at 1330 Walnut Street. I live where I live at. I am on the board for Peasley. I'm a mentor for Miami University. And I'm sitting here listening about June Place. Do y'all know the reason we call June Place? Because it's a lady that worked with us. She was a mentor. She was a wonderful, beautiful lady that I learned a lot from her. She passed away, but before she passed, she said for her dream, she want this place at Peace is gonna be June Place. That's why we named this place June Place. I know everybody is sitting here want this place, don't want this building, but I need y'all to think. We need this place. So we got a lot of people living on the street, and we need these affordable houses. Just think, please, think about it. I know it's a lot. Everybody do not like changes. We always say our kids, y'all, they don't like it, but we don't either. And we got to deal with it. Sit back, go home, go to sleep, think about this place. 'Cause we need it. Thank you.
Jordan Sedgwick.
She had to leave.
Had to leave. Okay. Pat Youngblood.
My name is Pat Youngblood. I do not live in Over the Rhine, but I have worked in the community for over 15 years. And during that time, just like Elizabeth just said, I worked with June, and it was her dream to have housing that people could afford. June had to move around quite a bit when she was trying to find housing. And it was just her dream to have a place where people could know that they could have a home for their family and be comfortable. So for that reason, I'm asking, please, I don't want you to put aside the requirements for a historic district, but I do say, please put people first, because everyone in this room knows that Cincinnati needs affordable housing. So please approve this application. Thank you.
JT Sedgwick.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jameson, or JT Sedgwick. I am a CPS teacher, and most relevantly for this meeting, I am a member of Peasley's board. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. The applicants have already spent a lot of time arguing that this project has substantially complied with the guidelines, while those opposed have argued that this or that will need to be changed to actually comply with the exact letter of the guidelines. I feel compelled to say, as someone who has been connected with the neighborhood since I was a tween, that the guidelines itself do not make the neighborhood beautiful. What makes over the Rhine beautiful is over the Rhine. You know, it's people, it's history, it's business, and yes, of course, it's buildings. That is not meant to discount the guidelines. As a teacher, I have utmost respect for rules meant to clarify and simplify, rules meant to uphold over the Rhine's beauty. But the guidelines do not dictate exactly what over the Rhine should look like. You do, and members of the public do as well. The applicants have listened to the public and to you all in order to uphold this historic beauty. And with the guidelines as backing, I ask that you approve this application so that we may continue to contribute to the character of the neighborhood. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Thank you.
Mitch.
Radakovich.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Mitch Radakovich. I'm a resident of East 14th Street, and I'm a young professional in Cincinnati. Thank you for hearing from residents today. I own a condo 2 blocks away on East 14th Street, and I want to be clear that earlier, when other speakers have said they're representing residents of East 14th Street, they are not representing me. I'd also note that public comment is a real barrier to participation. I've been here for 4 hours, and I know that many of my friends who agree with me and live on East 14th Street are not here right now because they can't be here for 4 hours. I bought in this neighborhood because of what this neighborhood already is. It's walkable, it's dense, and it's human scaled. And that took many generations and under these guidelines to let OTR evolve into this character that it is today. A surface parking lot that is currently there does not actually fit those guidelines and does not fit the history of Over the Rhine. I guarantee you, if you look back 100 years ago, there were buildings there and they probably might even have been 5 stories tall. GBBN's revisions directly answered the board's prior comments from the previous meeting. They broke up the massing with varied brick types and an irregular parapet roof line, and they've redesigned the parking lot entry instead of just tolerating it. I don't hear any major real problems tonight with this project. I hear disagreement over parking and rendering details, and that's on a lot, again, that is currently completely asphalt, but that's not really a reason to vote no. I want to point out that we need the people in Over the Rhine. Over the Rhine, historically, in 1920, had 35,000 residents per square mile. Today, we're around between 12 to 16,000 residents per square mile. So we are not currently meeting what we were historically. The drop is why storefronts sit empty on Main Street and why businesses cannot make rent. And it's also a safety issue because empty lots and empty sidewalks are where problems happen. And we get more eyes on the road when we have more people looking out their windows on the street, which will help us with the critical problem that we've been working with as a community. Thriving storefronts are what we lose when we say no to projects like this. And with those thriving businesses being lost, we're also losing our thriving community. I understand tonight's concerns, but weigh them against a compliant project on a site that currently contributes very little to Over the Rhine. I would also say one last thing. I do agree that a lot of this conversation is driven by tension over the tax dollars that are set by the state government and by the federal government. And I would argue that instead of us sitting here on both sides arguing against each other, we should unite and spend the 4 hours that each of us has spent and go to Columbus and argue to get even more tax credits so that then we can actually allow our developers to build completely beautiful buildings in this neighborhood that we're all happy with. Right now, they're working within very tight constraints, and this is a beautiful rendering. That's all I'll say. So thank you.
Alex Crate. Correctly.
Hi, I'm Alex Crate. I live at 306 East 14th. My wife and I bought our place, I guess, in 2020, so we've been there a little under 6 years. I just wanted to register my support for the project. I think it'd be fantastic to see that surface lot turned into a better use. I think this would be a fantastic use. Thanks.
Jen Summers.
I'll give my comment.
Jacques Leroy. Leroy, sorry, I can't remember from
That's
last
okay.
time which it
That's
is.
Both sounds correct at this time.
Okay, good enough.
Okay, well, I'll try to be very brief and, to be within under the 2 minutes. So first, it's good to see that, I'm a new resident. I've only been here like 5 years and I love OTR. And it's great to see so many people coming to voice their opinion and wanting to share and looking at the historic community to help keep that structure and that fabric. So I'm thanking for everybody to be here. We have different opinions, but at least it's all for the same common good. I fundamentally, like a lot of people here, support affordable housing. I mean, it's the fabric and we need to have that. But we have to remember that that affordable housing is important and we have to see how it can be integrated. And we have to, look at the full OTR and what it represents to actually take the the OTR historic fabric is being appealed, and a lot of people from either New York, Chicago, and other places are coming now because of what it represents and the historic monuments and everything that's here. For me, I don't believe that there's any good reasons to disregard the guidelines and to just say, whatever, we'll build whatever we want as long as we continue to build. We have to find that balance between both. And also, that means that, I know the proposal was revised and some revisions were done in a short time that they had. But I believe there can be better things being revised to actually fit better the OTR guidelines and the OTR mold. For me also, there's, even though that everybody's investing time and I applaud trying to use the tax money and understand the challenge on construction, the institutions that are submitted that design, let's not forget that they also, what I heard today, they also get over $500,000 of gain to actually invest and actually, pay their staff. So there's a financial gain also being kept at. That's not the main focus here, but I don't want to disregard why some people are here. Now, the key thing for me is, there's no right reason to do the wrong thing. I want the community to grow. I want to see, and I hope that we're going to continue to build more things for affordable housing. I just want to make sure that it's done right. My recommendation is make sure that the size and the footprint is reviewed so that it fits better and that the people who are going to live there are going to feel like they're better part of the community because they're not standing out and they're not being pushed back because of their presence. Diversity is what makes this community great, but let's make sure it's done right. So that's my my feedback. Thank you.
Tiffany Gingrich.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tiffany Gingrich. I'm a resident. I live directly across at 214 East 14th Street. I actually live in the lowest unit, so we're, pretty heavily impacted. However, we are extremely supportive. Well, I will speak for myself. I am extremely supportive of affordable housing. We are very actively involved with the members of our community that are experiencing homelessness. And I am not opposing this building whatsoever. I am just here to speak on, I heard the changes that were going to be made, and I heard changes to the material and a very small change to the height. But I'm no architect, but when I look at the pictures, I'm like, wow, it's still just pretty obvious how large it is and that it doesn't fit in with the historic guidelines. But I just would like to speak to one thing that has been touched on earlier. I wish that we could be more of a community together and work together because we actually want a lot of the same things. For example, when we've asked about the children, we were asking about the safety of the children. We want the children, we love the children. We were just concerned because our street is so congested already and there's all kinds of accidents and problems for us. So we were just asking, are the children gonna be safe? If we were moving a bunch of babies in across the street, we were worried about them. But I would just like to say that I'm just here asking the board to just help us have a good solution where we can adhere to the historical guidelines and find just a good common solution for all parties involved. And that's all. Thank you.
Denise, I can't make out this third letter. W.
Weinstein, I think she's gone.
Okay. Barry Morris.
Good afternoon or evening. I'm Barry Morris. I live at 214 East 14th Street on the 5th floor. I've lived in that condominium for 13 years with my wife. I have 10 years before that have worked in this community to work post riots on community reconciliation with partners like Bonnie Niemeyer and Damon Lynch and Peter Block and others who care a great deal about the community and the diversity of this community, and that we saved that diversity at that point in time when things were at risk. So I am extremely committed to this community. I had a whole speech, but I'm gonna get past it real quick. I agree with this young man here who said we wish we'd spend our time discussing different things than the things we're discussing right now. I wish that had happened 4 or 6 months ago. I wish we had been engaged as neighbors 4 or 6 months ago in this process, and we weren't. And the engagement process just since March has been minimal. We've been poorly invited in terms of the process. The first meeting, a few of us in our building got the notice. People around us did not. In the second meeting, we had advance notice on May 7th that there was going to be a meeting. I gave 17 names to Jennifer to call and write to. That invitation never went out. 2 days before, we went to check, see if the meeting was still on. It was, and they gave us a copy of the invitation, which we then proceeded to try to pass out to people. At the meetings themselves, they're generally meetings of presentations followed by a Q&A. It's not about what influence we can have on the design or the design of the building or how we can as a community build a real sustainable effort together, that we could build a community that supports this effort rather than one that puts us at odds with each other. I think it could have been done very differently, and I regret that we were largely left out and not listened to. The questions that we asked were obviously interpreted as negative and bad. They weren't dove into, they weren't dug into, they weren't questioned by, what do you mean by that? It was simply judged. I don't know why. Maybe we're just owners that aren't, that they don't think are interested in this community, but we are. Those questions were judged, not respected. They were meaningful to us and they were disrespected by the people involved. And the interpretation of what we said, as this woman expressed, was just not what was meant. Simply was not meant. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly Shee.
Had to leave.
Gone. Becky Baker.
Had to leave.
Monique Gilliam.
Had to leave also.
Ron Schweitzer.
Hi there, Ron Schweitzer, 1342 Main Street. I bought the building in 1986 when most of the buildings on Main Street were vacant, abandoned. There was no water lines, no gas lines, the windows were gone. There was snow inside the building. So it's been a labor of love for 40 years, and I've followed all the historical guidelines that were required of me I like my cornice. I'm only using single pane glass and wood windows in the front that faces Main Street. They're not efficient. Ice builds up inside, but those are the guidelines. I support them. And to me, I like the housing. I think all of it can stay there, but the building's massive. It's much too tall. And a simple solution I see is that why mix children in a building like this with all this parking that's going to go down the alleyway that I share with the project? There's 400 parking spaces right across, 50 feet from Peasley School. Take the parking out, keep all this housing, fine. That's really, the mass of the building can be reduced by taking out something that's not housing related whatsoever. And most of those spaces in Ziegler are unfilled. I've gone through there a few times and there's tons. The 36 spots that are in this building can be replaced easily. They're already there. They're already in Ziegler. So that's really it. It's just the scale of the building, the massiveness of it can be fixed by eliminating the parking. Thank you.
I have a second, Ron Schweitzer.
Rob. Can I bring my little thing here? Put it right back. Yeah, I spoke last time. It's Rob Schweitzer. I'm next to where Ron is on 1344 Main. So this got a backside too, so somewhat of an idea. So, general questions on what we're talking about here. There's just there's two different realities. I mean, it's not a bipolar thing if it's got to be this building or an empty parking spot. Something in between would make sense. Last time I was on top of this box gutter right here, and I knew what that elevation was. I measured across here because I'm here. I got the elevation just going down, and it's where my feet were. It was 22 feet from where my feet were to the top of that building. Now it's maybe it's 20. That's rather high. What I'm trying to show here is sort of our little neighborhood town square, you could call it. 14th, Getz Alley, cross Woodward, and coming up here, the edge of the pool house and the 1962 Peasley building. Within that, it's a nice, vibrant walking area. So if you look at these various sections, various renderings, and I'm looking at this walking down and you look up, it really is very big. Talking to some folks at the Espresso here. Oh, I didn't hear that. What's going on? Well, let me enlighten you. And it was very big. I would suspect a lot of the moms here swimming with their kids would not be really excited about this big building like a tombstone right at the edge of the pool there. That's a really neat neighborhood that the city's invested heavily in, pool, the park, and all this. I like Peasley, they can be a part of this, but perhaps not as massive of a scale. That's all I'm saying.
Aurelio Rodriguez.
He's gone.
Okay. Chris Demore. Yeah. Come on up.
I just want to say that I support the proposal. That's it.
Tad Nerlinger. That is everyone on my list. Is there anyone I did not call?
I'm just wondering.
I signed right after Bonnie Newmeyer and I never was called.
You're welcome to come up. I have a lot of papers here.
My name is Patricia Whitberg. I live at 3200 West Liberty in East Price Hill. I'm a sister of charity and I'm also on the board of Over the Rhine Community Housing. I joined the board because of its exemplary 40-plus year record of maintaining and restoring buildings in the historic Over the Rhine area, thus preserving and providing housing for over 700 adults or families.
And I also, it's one of the reasons why Over the Rhine, they've been there 40 years. It's one of the reasons why Over the Rhine looks like the way it does now, the houses that they've helped preserve. Each of their buildings has been designed specifically like this one to reflect the characteristics of the existing housing stock or what used to be there. In contrast to some of the other developments I've watched springing up in the adjacent areas, where whole blocks have been leveled to build giant things close to the soccer stadium or something. Prior to coming to Cincinnati, I taught undergraduate and graduate level courses in urban sociology at both Indiana University and at Fordham University in New York for something like 40 years. The readings for those courses, which I studied all those times, included numerous studies which show that mixed development in urban streets adds to the overall life and value of a neighborhood, as the young man over there had said. On contrast, on-street land uses such as parking lots tend to reduce pedestrian traffic and often make a block less desirable for the remaining residences or businesses that border it. I fully expect that June's Place will have a similar or beneficial results. Over the Rhine Community Housing has been careful to consider the concerns that were presented at the last meeting. And it's for this reason that I ask you to approve the application. Also, by the way, my distant connection with June, another sister in my community, was the durable power of attorney for her and conveyed her ashes to her family in Mississippi when she died. And if Sister Terry could be here, she would be.
Did I miss anyone else inadvertently? Okay, so what comes next is that the applicant has a chance for rebuttal, and then the two parties of interest will have up to 10 minutes each for their closing statements, and then the applicant will be able to have their closing statement as well. I would encourage everyone to keep it as brief as you possibly can. It's been a long day. How's the board doing? Do we need a comfort break, as our board attorney would phrase it, before we charging ahead? Everyone else get up and go to the bathroom if you need to, but let's go. Rebuttal.
Well, either Mr. Burke or Ms. Schmidt back.
Okay.
Schmidt, we've heard a lot of testimony about scale of buildings. There are 3 buildings directly across the street from this lot, right?
Correct.
How tall is 222 East 14th Street?
222 at the street is approximately 65 feet tall.
What about 214 East 14th Street?
Also at the street, approximately 65 feet tall.
What about 212, the one farthest to the west?
So that one does have some varied stories in height, but at the high point of it at the street, it's approximately 75 feet.
How many stories are those 3 buildings?
So 5 stories for at least a good portion of that front facade.
And how tall would June's Place be?
5 stories.
How many feet?
It's approximately 63 feet, 62 feet.
Okay, so that's lower in number of feet than all 3 of the buildings across the street, right?
Correct.
And it's the same number of stories as each of the 3 buildings across the street, right?
Correct.
How many parking spaces are currently on this lot?
There's somewhere in the range of 33, 34.
And you were part of some of the community engagement sessions, right?
Some of them, yes.
Wasn't parking actually a concern of some of the neighbors?
That's correct. Some neighbors were concerned that it would not provide enough parking.
Okay. And if some parking was removed, would that even affect the height?
Not substantially. We're trying to align with the Peaslee existing first floor as there is partnership of that use, and that begins to set our stories above.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt.
Do you have any further rebuttal?
That's all our rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Klingler and team, if you'd like to go first, we'll keep this order going.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, your evening is lost. 7:21, okay, there's a little evening left. Let's put the timer on. 10 minutes. We don't have any more documents to pass out, thankfully. Just briefly, just want to hit a few points, and then a very quick conclusion, if I can find it, which is less than half a page. Yeah, a few points, responding to a few points. It was mentioned by the board at the last hearing that community engagement, at least one board member said that's important to them. Since that hearing, none of us have been reached out to or engaged to try to find a collaborative solution. I think you are hearing a lot of the same things that everyone here, and I've said this last time, everyone here is a good person, great intentions and great values. And there is a win-win. There's a win-win. The folks in the party of record are not saying, please keep this a parking lot. But the choice is not between this exact building and a parking lot. That is not the choice. Folks simply want to see something built that is appropriately scaled and sized to what's there, to what's existing. Yes, there will be compromise. Yes, inevitably, I think no matter what, it's gonna have a large massing. It's 129 feet long, I believe. That's the approximate width of 4 historic buildings combined. I don't think you're gonna see anyone come and say, no, it shouldn't be wide, right? But taken in its totality, its width, its depth, its height, it's very massive. It's very out of character, it's out of scale. We've presented how it does not meet the height guidelines. We have not heard a rebuttal with respect to height. I'm a little bit afraid Mr. Burley's gonna leave it till the end when we can't speak again and perhaps make this sound more confusing than it is. But again, take you back to adjacent, the only definition in the zoning code, or excuse me, in the municipal code, sharing a lot line with an alley is the only definition we have. There's only one building that does that. It's the 3-story building, or maybe you want to call it 3.5-story building. And this building is approximately 2 stories taller than that. I agree. And, this has been gotten at a few different times, which is, what's driving a lot of this seems to be something that is not essential to the project, to the program, to what means so much to all these awesome people who showed up and who I have had many dealings with and have a lot of respect for. The parking. We've talked about how the parking is not there primarily for the residents. It's there primarily as a revenue generator. So someone mentioned if you remove that, you've taken out this first ground floor that's 15, 17 feet high, and you've potentially solved the issue. That's not people saying, no, you can't build anything. That's people saying, please value the historic district higher than a parking garage. That's what this is. That's what it is. So I think a couple quick things that was mentioned, like, the Peaslee, there used to be a school and there's the Woodward School. These are massive institutional, beautiful civic buildings. That's a completely different scale of building, architecture of building. We talk about these historic schools, one of which was torn down and one which is across the street. Different thing, the guidelines separate those out to say monumental buildings are different. So I'm just realizing I'm gonna close this because everyone's really tired. So in conclusion, we think that there certainly could be a win-win, and we believe this hearing ultimately comes down to one straightforward question. Have the revisions materially addressed the concerns that prevented approval on June 15th? Respectfully, we believe they have not. The revised proposal refines aspects of the building's architectural expression, but it does not materially change its overall form or its relationship to the surrounding historic district. The concerns that prompted the continuation of this application remain substantially unresolved. And for those reasons, we respectfully request that the board deny the application for a COA, or should the board determine that additional revisions are appropriate in lieu of denial, we respectfully urge the board to require substantial revisions that meaningfully address the concerns identified, bringing the proposal into compliance with the surrounding historic fabric. We did bring up this, are we being shown renderings that actually accurately show what it will be perceived as? We've asked and would continue to ask just for an explanation of how that's wrong, or if, you know, which is correct or why there appears to be such a discrepancy. We didn't get that during rebuttal. So that may be a continued question. At a bare minimum, we would ask that, you know, that question be answered before any approval. So I'm gonna give it to Mr. Sloan. Do you have any final?
Yeah, real quickly. Elizabeth said at one point in time that we're still looking at some things with the design of this building. One of the things I didn't have time to point out, sorry, but the renderings and the plans, they show different versions, different views of this building that are fairly significant. It comes to the fenestration, which is an important factor in the historic guidelines. The plans show it one way, the view from the pool shows it another way. The view from the pool looks, I'm sorry, but it does look like a hotel. And in part, that's because of the fenestration, I think. I'm not sure if you approve this, which one we're gonna get. Same goes for the cornice. They show 3 different versions of the cornice in 3 different drawings, either building sections or renderings. And so that's another concern with the documents that they submitted, is that they're not consistent, they show different things on different portions of the drawings. And when it comes to the renderings, they show very different things from the architectural drawings.
And lastly, we mentioned this last time, we urge you not to approve this because of the, if this is approved and it's, you know, given the special dispensation, then the other lots in Over the Rhine have to be, you know, approved for 5 and 6 stories with, you know, structured parking on the ground floor, housing above. We have to apply an equal standard. And I think that would severely undermine the historic, unique scale of this wonderful historic district. So thank you all so much for your time for listening, truly.
Other party of record, closing.
Thank you, members of the board, for your patience in this long process. You're volunteers and that's hard service. But I have to be honest with you. If you volunteered to advance affordable housing, you volunteered for the wrong board. You're serving in the wrong place. You can get the charter out, you can get the HCB rules out, and you won't find advanced affordable housing any place in them. I ask you to apply the same principles, the same rules, the same judgment, and the same good heart that you have to every applicant, not just an applicant that brings 10 or 20 people in to pull at your heartstrings about how good of a job you can do to advance affordable housing. That's all I have.
Mr. Burley?
Thank you, honorable members of the board. I'll be short because I know we all want to get out of here. The applicant has made rapid, good faith, substantial changes to this application to meet the exact feedback that this board delivered at the last hearing. And at this point, the criticisms that you've heard from the various parties of record pretty much fall into 2 categories. You've heard from Mr. Wilson, who's essentially just disputing the use. He doesn't like this, that this is going to be developed for residential purposes. And you have Mr. Klingler, who I have a very good relationship with, but he's essentially trying to relitigate the way that the guidelines were drafted and adopted by City Council. The board's job is not to determine whether this is a good use, and it's not to determine how the guidelines should read if an alternate draft may have been adopted by city council. Your job is to determine whether the application as proposed substantially complies with the guidelines. And I respectfully submit to you that what you have in front of you absolutely complies with the guidelines. The most important thing that we've been talking about at both of these hearings is height. It's it's the number one thing that people on both sides of this issue are talking about. And the guidelines say for height, the height of new construction should not vary more than 1 story from adjacent contributing buildings. Most buildings in Over the Rhine are between 2 and 5 stories. Adjacent is not a defined term in the Cincinnati zoning code. It's not a defined term in the guidelines either. If you were to open up a dictionary and look at adjacent, you would see it has multiple definitions based on its context. It can mean either immediately abutting, or it can mean just generally nearby. And this caused a lot of confusion in the prior version of the guidelines, which is why City Council adopted the new guidelines specific with a very thorough explanation of the context hierarchy that the parties of record do not like, but your staff applied very well. And that context hierarchy on that page specifically calls out height as one of the things that is a consideration when you're looking at these various levels of historic reference. And your staff correctly and reasonably concluded that in this particular instance, there's insufficient historic context on the south side of East 14th Street. There are no contributing buildings that actually front on the south side of East 14th. So the thing that your guidelines require is you look across the street and you have 3 5-story buildings directly across the street that are actually taller than the building that's being proposed here today. The irony of individuals who live in a 5-story building opposing a 5-story building across the street cannot be understated here. That is the primary issue that you have heard when you hear references to height, scale, or massing. It's how tall this building is. And we meet that issue in your guidelines. The other concerns that the board addressed have been satisfied as well. If you look at the front facade, it's been broken up. It's been articulated. You have at least 4 distinct columns now with a very distinct vertical emphasis that GVBN very ably put together. On materials, Mr. Wilson specifically called out that he really was not comfortable with the durability of stucco. All the stucco has been removed. All of the metal screening on the building itself has been removed. Yes, the vehicular entry is still there, but contrary to what you have heard from one of the parties of record, that guideline says may. And if you look at page 5 of your guidelines, number 1, it has 3 different words that explain the level of compliance that is required for the guidelines. Guidelines containing the words must or must not indicate that the guideline ought to be complied with in all circumstances. Guidelines containing the word should or should not indicate that the guideline is very important and should be complied with in most cases. And then the last, guidelines containing the word may indicate the intention that compliance is optional. That's what the guidelines say. And it's important to note that even for height, it's not must, it's should. Even on height, you're at the very important and should be complied with in most cases. For parking, that's may, that's optional. Compliance is optional. And again, there is a separate provision in your guidelines for not just commercial buildings, but mixed use buildings. You heard from Peasley that they're going to be using the ground floor of this building for programming, for events, that the Peasley residents are going to be in and out of this building all the time. You could reasonably consider this, especially with a storefront ground level, a mixed-use building for purposes of the guidelines. And for that purpose, it is entirely appropriate to have vehicular front entry for a parking garage. Keep in mind, this is a surface parking lot right now. And the parking being included in here is not primarily for rent for new generation. That's contrary to the testimony you heard at the last hearing. The reason parking was included was twofold. A, because Peasley families and the residents of this building would use it, and because the neighbors actually requested it because they were concerned about where all the individuals in this building would park. So when you put all of this together, this is a reasonable, well-designed building that is perfectly historically compatible with the existing built environment around here. It's a 5-story building directly across the street from 3 other 5-story buildings. And for all of these reasons and those explained in our written submissions and the various testimony of our witnesses and the members of the public, I respectfully ask that you grant the COA as submitted. Thank you for your time.
Questions or comments from the board?
Something. I've thought a lot about this case over the last week and before that, last month. I think that the design team did a good job, a really good challenge, trying to incorporate the feedback that we heard. What I've heard tonight really does seem to come down to 2 types of complaints. One is about the height and massing, and the other is about the use. And on the height, I feel that if I stand there on the site today and I look around me in all directions, I see buildings that are as tall as this or even taller. And to me, this feels appropriate. And I think that on the design, I think that incorporating the masonry really does improve the look. And I think that it's going to be a lasting, durable material that will look good many years from now. So I feel comfortable with it. I am 100% sympathetic to the people who live across the street. And if I lived across the street, I would be sad about losing my view. But I don't think that that's the decision. I don't think that is what we are here to do. The Historic Conservation Board doesn't review the views of neighboring properties. And so for those reasons, I'm comfortable supporting this, and I'd be willing to make a motion if there's enough support on the board to move forward.
Does anyone else want to ask a question or make a comment?
I think the building looks much better than it did last time, so I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
You know, when I opened up the packet and looked at it, that yes. I still just think it's too big. And I don't know if I can build it bigger.
For me, this might be a different conversation if variances were required, but it meets all the requirements for what you're allowed to build on this site. I think there's a legitimate argument both ways on height of this. But knowing that there are very nearby buildings that are of this height, it gives me a level of comfort with that as well. So I applaud the design team for the changes. I know that Mr. Burke has come here and said that these representations are accurate, and I take his word for that.
I think overall, acknowledge the great improvements to the design, and all things considered, all the arguments, the negatives and the positives that we've heard being voiced. My opinion is this would be a very nice complement to the Over the Rhine Historic District.
Mr. Burley made a number of references to vehicular entry on the street facing wall being a condition that is not mandatory. You emphasize the word may. Is permission for vehicular entry on a street facing wall conditioned on a number of conditions like not being located on the primary facade, existing buildings located with the same block having similar vehicular entries, and then some conditions around garage doors? I mean, don't you have to meet those additional conditions in order for a street facing wall to have a vehicular entry on it? Can you address that, please?
Mr. Tate, thank you for the question. I think that's a very reasonable reading of it. What I'll say in response is two things. First, your standard of review is whether we substantially comply. So, you know, even if this was a must provision, we would not be required to meet every letter of the standard if we were in compliance with other provisions. But this is not a must provision. There are 3 different verbs that the guidelines use: must, should, and may, and parking very clearly says may. So I agree that generally those sub-conditions should be taken into account, but overall, our position is that is the least mandatory, the most optional word choice indicated in the guidelines. And so we do believe that we still substantially comply for purposes of the COA overall.
So it sounds like you agree that vehicular entry may be placed on a street facing wall if conditions are met. It's not may be placed on a street facing wall, period. It's if there are additional conditions met.
Yes, that language is there. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Not, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness and make the findings with the conditions set out by staff.
Second that.
I'll call the roll. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Ms. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Tate?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
No.
The chair votes aye. Good luck. Wish you the best of luck with this project. Is there any additional business for this evening? I would entertain a motion regarding adjournment. Hang on, guys. We gotta finish our business here. Was there a motion? I'm sorry.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Chair.